Wednesday's meeting, and then we'll shoot straight into this morning's presentation. If we could already start with Wednesday's presentation, today's presentation from the HSRC and the DSI at 9:30, colleagues, that would be really great. We have also invited colleagues from the National Youth Development Agency, and this was informed by the fact that we felt it was important that, we felt it was important in the spirit of ensuring that we break the silos in all the work that we do. We felt it was important that we reach out to the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, but also reach out to the National Youth Development Agency, because if you look at our briefing this morning, we're getting a briefing, colleagues, on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, as well as the DSI-HSRC internship program. And it would be very important for us to not leave out the National Youth Development Agency in such a discussion. So I think from them, really, colleagues, or from yourselves, colleagues from the NYDA, what we would have really appreciated is just an understanding on whether or not there are synergies between the work that you're doing as the NYDA in the space of science and innovation, as well as the work that the HSRC is doing or the DSI is doing, to avoid what we call, duplication, and just ensure that there's synergy in all the work that we're doing. So that the department will present, but of course, if the NYDA colleagues do have something to share, reflections to share on their perspective of the work that's being done in this regard, we do look forward to getting those particular inputs. And I think I'll unpack more about that at a later stage, but of course the department will lead us in that accord. Shanaz, before I continue, can I please check if there are any apologies?
Yes, Chair. So we received apologies from the Minister and now the Deputy Ministers on the platform. So the Minister have another engagement that clashes with this one. And then from the member side, Mr. Pillay submitted apology, but I saw he also logged in, so I'm not sure. And then Noble from the DA also submitted an apology. And then Ms. King from the DA wanted to be excused by 10 o'clock, but she'll rejoin. She just have an urgent other meeting that she needs to be in at that time. Those are the only apologies for now. And then DG, I see he's also on the platform, but he did make an advance apology that he might not be in all the time because he's traveling. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Shanaz, for those apologies. I'd like to then, at this point, hand over to the Deputy Minister, Putima Namela. I see he is on the platform. I think I just let him in, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to see here on the chat. Steve, DM was on the platform, correct?
He was, Chair, he was.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. Perhaps he is. Yeah, Steve, Mr. Mamplech, I see your mic is open.
Yeah, no. Chair, apologies for that. I think there was a mistake of connectivity there, because DM was using my gadget yesterday when he joined the plenary. That's why it was appearing as him. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. All right. No, that's fine. In that case, we can then hand over directly to DG Film Dracha. DG, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chairperson. And thanks very much to the members, the DSI colleagues. I'm traveling at about 10 to the airport. I had a dinner commitment here in Durban. So I'd ask Dan to fill the questions. We have already agreed who will go through the questions from each program. So that I don't disrupt when I then have to leave, I'll continue to follow up at least until about 9:25, Chair. Thank you very much. Dan?
Thank you very much, DG. Good morning, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable Members. Chair, we've taken note that you would want to start with the proceedings at 9:30. So we have grouped the questions together and we will be very efficient in responding to them, certainly without...
We'll give you an extra 10 minutes because between myself, Shanaz, and Shanaz, we took a whole lot of your time. So we'll definitely give you 30 minutes to do the questions and responses, yeah.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Certainly we wouldn't want to not do justice to the very important matters the members raised on Wednesday, which is a crucial part of your oversight and for us guidance on how to better serve the people of South Africa. We're going to first start with the questions dealing with human resource management and the vacancies, and I'm going to ask my colleague DDG Gugu Zwane to respond to those.
Good morning, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, and to my colleagues. I will be dealing with the questions that came from Honourable Sibia. May I, before I continue, Chair, request that I switch off my video for network purposes. Thank you. The question was that how do we make sure that we meet the recruitment targets? Also, over and above that was the fact that we seem to be losing a lot of people as a department. So one of the things that we would like to commit to moving forward is better planning, Chairperson, emanating from the fact that we do have quite a number of people that retire. We have an older workforce within the department, but we've seen that probably we do need to start engaging sooner. If one is foreseeing that they want to retire, probably start those conversations for better planning purposes as a department. However, we do also find that out of the vacancies that we have, there is a delay internally in terms of from the period when we advertise to the screening to getting the committees together up to a point of interviews, because sometimes the people that need to be sitting in the interviews are not available. So part of the solution with that is to have to treat each recruitment case as a specific project, in that we have a start date to a finish date where we commit, and once we've done the screening and we've handed over to a point where we need people to sit down and shortlist and eventually interview, we have upfront dates to deal with that, and everybody that is part of the panel committing as well. More to that is proposing a panel that is a bit bigger, maybe 4 or 5 members, where if one is not available, the selection can still continue, because sometimes we can't go on because you do not have the right number. However, all over and above that, we do find that once we have selected the right candidates, we cannot offer competitive salaries as government. So a person gets an offer, but they are not prepared to take it because it's basically a salary cut, or it's more or less at the same level, and we can motivate for a bigger package up to a particular point. It cannot be done beyond certain points, because we are guided by the DSA and the notches that are available. However, also we have cited another problem internally, that you find your seasoned officials within a particular level do not want to be promoted, so they will not be applying for jobs that are at a higher level, because they feel that the responsibilities that come with the job are too much compared to the remuneration that one is going to get. If I may make an example, Chair, it would be probably somebody that is at level 12 at a deputy director level, and they would not apply for a director level, which is a level 13, because the difference in salary is less than 10%. So considering the weight that is carried by the next level, people generally are now feeling that it's not worth it. We are beginning to see this trend where your seasoned official, regardless of the level, are just not bothering to apply because of citing that it's not worth the remuneration that they would be getting in the new level. With regard to the reasons that we sometimes lose people, it's career growth, it's retirement, and sometimes death. We've had quite a number of in the past year, we've had 3 deaths within the department. But when you do an exit interview, people do cite several reasons, part of which would be better opportunities, and obviously the main one being better salaries. And most of the time, we do not lose people to other government departments. It would be to entities or other organizations that offer better salaries than that of government. We are also a highly specialized department, so to attract the right skill set is also an issue. Sometimes you do get a lot of CVs, but none of them are aligned to the position, and you can't take that risk of hiring people that are not aligned to the skill, that are completely off what you are looking for. We are, at the end of the day, the Department of Science and Innovation. There have been cited as well issues around not getting along with supervisors, where there are incompatibilities between staff and management. And also this one that I've just said, there's lack of interest in assuming managerial positions. But in terms of trying to resolve issues internally around relations, we are also embarking on a department-wide attempt to get interventions to resolve issues of relations and how we work with each other. This became quite eminent around the COVID season, so there is a need to get us back on track in terms of soft skills within the department. Thank you, Chair, and back to you, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, DGG Zwane, for that comprehensive report. We're now going to go to the other aspect of our resources, and that's the financial resources. And I'm going to ask our CFO, Mr. Robert Chaku, to speak to the questions, notably regarding the profile of the beneficiaries of DSI procurement. CFO, over to you.
Thanks, Dan, and morning, Honorable Chair of the committee, and morning, honorable members, morning, DSI colleagues and colleagues from NDYA. And the question was whether the percentages attributed to the procurement spend beneficiaries are not a duplicate. The questions are not a duplicate, Chair and members. As members can see, we procure from all women, young and old. We procure from young men. We procure from white women, all categories. And when you do the aggregate, when you split in terms of percentage, you won't get 100% from the categories. The reason being, you will have in women, you will have young women, you will have older women. That will be a percentage that would have been attributed from the total spend. And when you go to youth, you will still have women in the youth categories. So you'll have women, young women in youth categories and young men in youth categories. So the component of women, young women will be in both youth and women. And when you go to blacks, the black categories will have all the components of blacks, all the categories. It will include men as well. So all the categories will be there, including men. So when you aggregate, you won't come to 100%. And even the SMEs, it will include everyone, white, blacks. But when you aggregate, obviously you look at the categories that you want to show in terms of whether you procured the historically disadvantaged categories. So the aggregate won't show 100% in the categories when you quantify them alone. But in aggregate, yes, it will show you how much you have spent in total. But when you aggregate them based on various categories, you won't go to 100% because the numbers are in all the categories. Thanks. I hope my answer was understood. It's a bit technical, bit confusing, but yeah, I hope it was understood. Thanks.
Thank you very much, CFO, for that response. Honourable Chair, honourable members, we're now going to go to the DSI Program 2, that's Program Technology Innovation. And this is where the questions related to energy research and innovation, space science and technology, and our innovation funding will be addressed. And I'm going to ask Dr. Rebecca Maserimule to respond for the Technology Innovation Program. Rebecca, over to you.
Good morning, Honourable Chair, honourable members, DSI colleagues. So we received a question around, how do we develop a baseline from which to trace our postgraduate students in energy? So we've been, we have 4 flagship programs, one on renewables, one on carbon capture and use, one on energy storage, and the last one is on hydrogen South Africa. So most of these programs have been in place, in some cases 15, I think 10 years and so forth. So what we do is every 5 years, we do an analysis or review of the program. So we actually have been tracking our graduates. We tracking how many are Black South Africans, how many are women, how many are in the progression from master's to PhD, and then what universities we're working at. So we actually have a pretty good baseline around how many students we're producing, where they're going once they graduate, if they're staying in the sector or not. Recently, and this is, segueing a bit, recently we started to look at work integrated learning opportunities for unemployed TVET and University Technology graduates. We started this program in 2020, in part because the industry said that they actually need more artisans and technicians than they do masters and PhDs. So we actually, in partnership with private sector, started training artisans and technicians, and we set with a number around 20. And to date, we haven't increased that number. So I understand we missed the target this past financial year, but in part, you miss targets especially when you have a new target. But then also we went with a new implementation agency. That new agency wasn't able to meet the target. So I think in order to ensure that in future we don't miss the target for work integrated learning for artisans and technicians, we're going to work closer with the Energy Water CETA, who is a database of graduates that we can work with. Now, in terms of the delays on the CubeSat program, I think first challenge was really the loss of human capacity from the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. So, as DDG Google was mentioning that even at DSI, we have challenges retaining talent because of how much we pay. This same challenge also resides in the space sector. So the Cape Peninsula University of Technology actually lost a few main members, including a senior software engineer, all to the local space industry, which is growing in South Africa. So industry offers more competitive salaries than Cape Peninsula University of Technology. So what we're going to do is we're going to work with the SANZA to really understand, to provide guidance to us as to what are the HR structures required at SANZA to ensure that we can enable the manufacturing of CubeSats, but also the MDA SAT program and the M2M constellation. And also from a funding point of view, DSI, had, we were access funds for the Space Infrastructure Hub, and those funds still haven't come to the department. So that was another issue around funding. Now, the last query that you gave was really around what incentives are the DSI providing to support innovation in the energy, aerospace, and drone sector. So I'm going to focus on support that's given mostly for the commercialization of publicly financed IP, as well as with a focus specifically on technology SMEs in the sector. So with regards to the Innovation Fund, we're funding SMEs in the high-tech sector to play a crucial role in supporting economic growth and job creation in South Africa. And what happens if you don't support them? Their technologies fail in the innovation chasm. And really, DSI is one of the few funders for SMEs in the tech space. So specifically, in the Innovation Fund, we funded Hypernova, which is a space technologies company that is located in South Africa, and they developed a nano-thrust technology. And I believe they actually won an award from the DTIC last year. And they're doing some great prototypes, developing and testing in South Africa. And they actually did a test launch in November of 2022. With regards to mining, and this is artificial intelligence, there's Stone 3 Digital, is a vertical business specializing in the application of 4IR technologies to use smart sensors in mining. And this company was able to get further funding after the DSI funding through the Innovation Fund. So they're working well. And then in the hydrogen space, we're funding a Black-owned female company in the local manufacturing of hydrogen fuel cells based on Hydrogen South Africa IP. And then very last but not least, in terms of drone technology, in line with the decadal plan, there's an imperative to really modernize our agricultural sector. So the DSI through CSR and SANSA is rolling out what we call a precision agriculture program, which leverages multidisciplinary expertise using drone technology, big data analysis, artificial intelligence to actually enable a better yield or predictions for agricultural production in South Africa. So we're doing quite a bit across the energy, drone, as well as the aerospace sector to support South Africa's growth in jobs, as well as economic development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca, for that comprehensive response. Honorable Chair, honorable members, we're now going to go to the DSI Program 4, Research and Development Support. It will be DDG Imran Patel who will lead a response, notably dealing with the questions which pertain to the Square Kilometre Array project, astronomy, research infrastructures, and science and education. Imran, over to you.
Thanks, Dan, and good morning to honorable members and the chair and DG and others on this platform, including our colleagues from the HSRC. I hope people can hear me. So there were 6 questions that we noted that applied to Program 4, and let me go through them. The first was the use of the HSRC's capacities and capabilities to enhance the SKA project, particularly in terms of community benefit. We are already doing this. Some of our impact assessments on how SKA is impacting on the community is already being done with the HSRC. So the HSRC who are on the platform today has very good capabilities on local economic development and kind of extracting value from innovation in broader instances, and those are being used and will continue to be used whenever there's a requirement for that. So I can assure the colleagues we try to draw on the capacities of all of our entities. In terms of the second question around the support that DSI is providing to DBE, Honorable Chair, you'll remember that we came to the Portfolio Committee on the 3rd of March, in fact, to do a detailed presentation on this. I'm aware of your comment that there are new members, so they may have not been part of that session. So we would encourage people to look at that session. But just to highlight six key areas that are important in terms of that collaboration. The first is the 2 departments, together with the DHET, have established an implementation framework for DBE's national strategy for math, science, and technology education. In terms of that framework, the DSI is responsible for the development and support of Olympiads and fairs, and that's the kind of area that we focus on. I was recently introduced to the terminology of second sight. So we support learning as a second sight through the Olympiads and fairs because the kind of resources required to intervene in the primary site is not within the DSI's mandate. The second is that DSI is part of a DBE-led interdepartmental forum, and I think this is kind of critical as we move forward on early childhood development. And specifically, the role we're playing is to look at how we can expose children to science at a very young age. But this work is still in its conceptual stages, taking into account just the recent move of the ECD function from social development to basic education. So I think this is an area that will grow, and hopefully with other projects that we're supporting in the ECD space, we'll be able to infuse some science knowledge from that young age. The third is through our research chairs program. We have a number of chairs that provide research to assist in evidence-based policy around education, including STEM education. Then the fourth is we assisting DBE in introducing coding to schools through a partnership project that we have with the Center for High Performance Computing Training Education, where we train education officials who then in turn train teachers. We have collaboration agreements with provincial education departments, where each province has identified about 100 schools, and those are the 100 schools that we work with that benefit directly from our science promotion programs. And then finally, is the very important issue of career guidance. So we distribute in partnership with DBE and sometimes even go to the schools to do presentations, but this is not sustainable when you think about the number of schools. So we produced science career information, STEM career information in paper and electronic form, and then are generating this. We've recently had a discussion with THET under the leadership of the Deputy Minister around how to enhance career guidance overall as the world of work is changing, and we hope to enhance this career guidance effort from a science and technology perspective as part of the future of skills, education, and work around societal grand challenge. So that's on the DBE and STEM. So it's quite extensive, and I think I would encourage people to go back to the previous engagement where we provided a lot more information, and there's a presentation around some of this matters. The third is in terms of the astrotourism strategy. This has been a very significant effort and a good example of this close partnership we're developing with other government departments. So we've now finalized the tourism strategy. It's now going through the formal processes of getting the minister to sign off and then to inform cabinet that this exists and what's the main content. But in parallel, we're already developing the kind of implementation plan and strategy, drawing on some of the resourcing instruments that tourism has to kind of build facilities, etc. But there's a whole lot of things that are already happening on the ground on the implementation of the tourism strategy, including, working with people who run bed and breakfast spaces, content to attract people to these sites. And you can already go to Sutherland to do some of this, etc. So the idea with the tourism strategy is really to take it 2 or 3 notches higher than where it's currently at, and to go broader than the Northern Cape to other tourism strategies. So it's a strategy that will mature through different implementation instruments over the next couple of years. Then in terms of the SAPRIN study on reproductive health, that is completed. The data was collected and now it's been written up, and in fact it will be released in the next couple of weeks. So again, we will endeavor to send a copy of that, or even invite portfolio committee members who are interested in this particular work, if there are any public outreach events sharing the study. But just on that, the intention with the SAPRAN work is that it's a research infrastructure. So part of it is that the results are available that are analyzed, but as a research infrastructure, the idea is for the information and data to be available for many, many more studies. So again, we would encourage the portfolio committee and ourselves doing this as well, encourage people to use the research infrastructure. Then in terms of the interns, I think Honorable Pillay raised the issue that our target was low in relation to the overall. That target of 1,047 is composed of multiple programs, and the kind of core internship program, which is the one that's going to be presented in about 10 minutes time by the HSRC, have been very active in targeting people with disabilities. And that program on its own exceeded the target that we had set for ourselves in relation to that of 2%, in fact 4%. So the 18 that was on that slide all come from the HSRC program. Some of the other programs are a bit more difficult in terms of targeting, because they linked, for example, to existing programs where things have been progressing, etc. So as we've been highlighting previously, we continuously looking at incremental and continuous improvement on how we ensure benefits to people with disabilities. And then finally, Honorable Chair, there was a question about two research infrastructures that we indicated in our performance report that didn't receive funding this year, and whether that has an implication around performance of the research infrastructures. The key issue to highlight there is that research infrastructures are a long-term program. When we invest in a research infrastructure, we commit for 5 to 10 years sometimes, not necessarily only for 3 years. So what we do on a continuous basis is to ensure that if spending has been slower, then we don't, in terms of the 90% rule, provide the funding. But in all instances, the project is not sacrificed, because there's the ability to catch up later in terms of the project. So those two that we didn't provide funding last year, the actual work continues. There was just some slow spending, and the catch up will happen this year. So we manage that in a quite sophisticated fashion to ensure that there's no loss in momentum, notwithstanding the fact that in an individual year we may not provide funding. Thanks, Dan. I think those were the questions that were targeted at Program 4.
Yes, thank you very much, Imran, for that comprehensive response. Honourable Chair and members, I'm now going to go to Dr. Mmuweni Mwofe, who's our Deputy Director General for Socioeconomic Innovation Partnerships. And he's notably going to deal with the questions which related to the tax credit scheme, the sector innovation funds, and our response to the water crisis. Mmuweni, over to you.
Thanks very much, Dan, and good morning to the honourable members. The questions that I have, I'm going to start with a question that related to the transfer of monies related to both the general support, general budget support and the sector budget support from Treasury to support projects ranging from those of the SIP initiative and also some of the circular economy or environment programs. Now, there was a question around whether the challenges that we're having on the transfer of funding to the department were actually resolved. Those challenges were resolved very late in the financial year. And we have been through, from the beginning of the financial year, pushing Treasury to try and get those money released. And it will appear, as they indicated, that they were having capacity problems within their ranks. So we did get the money very late in the year. I think it was sometimes early this year, and the transfer were only made around March to the project. So there was a further question relating to that as to whether there has been an impact on the project. And the answer is yes, there was an impact because some of the projects have actually had to lay off some of the staff because the funding was not coming through. And some actually had to put a pause, even though the implementing entities, which would include the likes of the CSIR, the Water Research Commission, at some point they even used their own funding at risk. But at some point it was not possible for them to continue to dig into their own reserves to support these projects. So yes, there was a negative impact that was caused by that delayed transfer. We are hoping that we will not face the same situation this year. But even as we are waiting to deal with this issue this financial year, one must indicate that there is some sense of a damaged relationship that has been created between us and the implementing entities, because they have really had to take some drastic measures, such as getting to lay off some people. Now, the next question related to the issue of R&D tax incentives. The first question was, who is responsible for the amendments and what process was followed in doing those amendments? So the brief question to that is that National Treasury is the one that is responsible for the tax incentives in terms of the Income Tax Act. So they actually led that process. And the incentives are actually stemming from Section 11D of the Income Tax Act. And although we jointly are the custodians of the incentives, amendments are done as part of the annual tax amendments to the tax legislation, which National Treasury does. So therefore, that was really how they came to lead the process. Now, we may be aware that during the budget speech, the extension of the R&D tax incentives was announced for a period of 10 years. That is starting from December 2023 to 2033. That announcement were the ones that also made the provisions for the amendments. And it was really on the back of the policy review that has been coming up. There have been reviews that have been undertaken and by the World Bank, concluded in 2019, made certain recommendations. So the process will include the following. One, there's going to be a 6 months grace period for projects to commence before the application is submitted, to allow new and smaller applications to gather information and potentially benefit from the incentive. So basically, we really want a situation where more and more of the smaller enterprises can benefit from this fund. So this is really, in my view, a welcomed part of the review. The refinement of the definition of R&D to make it simpler to understand and to administer. So one of the delays in terms of the implementation would always be the questioning of the definition of R&D. So this process will also make it a little bit simpler. Moving the definition of R&D from end result approach to align it with the OECD's Frascati manual. So this is also important, just to make sure that our processes are aligned with other globally and sort of best practice approach. The remove of the exclusion for internal business processes, that will also enhance also the uptake of the fund, and then allowing the Commissioner of SARS to disclose certain information to the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation to improve monitoring and evaluation. This is quite important because for us to know how the process, the system is being taken up by by the beneficiaries. Certain information will really be required to be availed. So I think that probably addresses the question around R&D tax incentives. We were then also asked to provide examples, that is in another question, of the projects that have been supported under the tourism program. So that project we launched as part of the collaboration with the Department of Tourism. And it was mainly about implementing the Tourism Technology Grassroots Innovation Incubation Program. So this was targeting primarily young people who've got ideas that will launch them into entrepreneurship in the area of tourism, coming up with new startups that are tech-based. So what we then did was that we piloted this program working with tourism, and we supported 20 innovations. We invested 5.2 million to support the innovation, and the Department of Tourism invested 6 million. So the total that really was availed was 11.2 million rands. And there were a number of innovations that stood out. For example, we've got an entrepreneur who came up with a mobile application called the Zula app, which allows regular people residing close to tourism attracting areas, especially in rural areas, to offer street level tourism walkabouts and concierge services. And this is really empowering young people to become economically active. So it really has also been found very helpful or useful by a number of tourism or hospitality graduates who are based in rural areas. Then the other was about Guide Connect, which is a web and mobile app that connects registered and qualified tour guides with domestic and international tourists. So this is really just making sure that even when tourists are planning, they can already be engaging with locals in the area where they're going to visit. And this also includes provision of experiences for tourism, such as those who may want to stay over in a particular village or township. They can actually then be connected to the relevant people. And the process of getting who you speak to is actually on the background, supported by vetted information, so that people that are being referred to are actually people who can be accounted for in cases there is a need to do that. The Arts Revolution technology, this is a virtual reality 360-degree video technology allowing for immense video creation. And beyond just creativity that young people can come with, it also provides experiences for tourists before they visit specific places. So just to provide as a closing point on this issue, the young people that are part of this program were actually officially graduated in June last year as part of the celebration of Youth Month. It's an event that we hosted in collaboration with the Department of Tourism. And we are also pleased to say that this year on the 9th to 11th of May, these innovators demonstrated their technologies at the tourism indaba in Durban, so which we found quite useful. The next question related to the impact of the delays in funding in the environmental services projects. This is pretty much the same as the question that I responded to on the sector budget support and the general budget support. These projects were benefiting from the same fund, and the impact has actually been felt. Some of the projects that we're funding, for example, were in partnerships with the Water Research Commission on various demonstrations of water technologies. So those also had to be stalled because of these particular delays. And as I said, that there has been a lot of unpleasant impact that has occurred because of this funding coming in late. There was a question as to whether we are responding to the current crisis of water crisis in South Africa as a department. And I suppose this is primarily in relation to the various outbreaks of cholera, predominantly in Hammanskraal. We are not involved. The way we have operated in the past, and I can only cite the examples of what we have done during the various disasters, KZN and the Eastern Cape, is that we get approached either by the municipality or by the COCTA as part of the response to disasters to assist, and then we can then provide whatever assistance is available. But this is provided on the basis of understanding what the challenge is. And at this point in time, we've got a cholera outbreak, and I mean, personally, I'm not sure whether there has been a process to really check as to what the cause is and the source of the problem is. In which case, I think, should we be approached, that would probably be one of the things that may need to be done with some of the entities, perhaps, that depending on whether they've got the capacity to do so. But so that's really just what I want to say. So we, at this point in time, we are not involved in assisting in that crisis. So I think that looks, as far as I am aware, like all the questions that would be relevant to Program 5.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morphe. Honourable Chair, honourable members, there's just one last question which related to international cooperation, and that was a clarification of the objective for the DSI supporting students and young innovators to participate at events of the United Nations in New York. Now, in addition to ensuring that South African and African voices are heard at these events, I mean, these initiatives also have the objective to build the capacity of these young innovators and students by affording them exposure to multilateral organizations such as the United Nations, an opportunity for them to broaden their networks by meeting counterparts from other countries, which then also becomes resources for them to advance their own ideas and projects. Honourable Chair, honourable members, that concludes the DSI response to the question which were posed by the honourable members last Wednesday. We've tried to be succinct, but nevertheless comprehensive, and we do believe, according to the best of our ability, we've addressed all the questions addressed to us, but certainly we stand ready to provide any further information as may be required. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We thank you very much, Mr. Dan Tutoy, as well as Mr. Morphe, for those presentations or for those responses to the questions that we asked on Wednesday. I'd like to believe they have been adequately responded to, but of course, there's always room for further engagement and clarities. And therefore, if there are any members who feel that their questions from Wednesday's meeting have not been adequately responded to, please indicate that to the Secretariat, and follow-up questions will then be sent to colleagues at the DSI. With that being said, we can now move on to the second, or the actual presentation of the day. Colleagues will remember that today we had to move these responses from the DSI to today because we were not able to conclude this segment of Wednesday's meeting. And we'd really like to appreciate the patience of all other colleagues that are here for the engagement on interventions by the DSI that have a direct impact on the youth, particularly trying to find out the efforts of the DSI in relation to the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. And they'll also be sharing with us the work that they do in relation to the internship program. We had requested, or we had invited the Committee on Youth, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and we also invited the National Youth Development Agency, and this is in the spirit of cooperative governance and ensuring that there aren't any silos in the work that we do. So I don't want to say much, but perhaps welcome colleagues. I see colleagues from the NYDA are definitely here. I've seen the executive chairperson of the board. I've seen various board members, Mr. Ndlela. I saw Ms. Mulausi as well logged in earlier on. So I've seen a number of colleagues from the NYDA log in. Colleagues, we don't expect a comprehensive presentation from yourselves. I think this was shared with the executive chair, but really what we would want is for yourselves to listen in on the presentations that the DSI will be making, and to make your reflections as well, in relation to the work that they're doing and whether or not the NYDA is aware of these initiatives and what that particular collaboration looks like. One thing we've been trying to do is to get government departments and entities to collaborate and cooperate more. I mean, one of the most impactful meetings I think we've had this year was the meeting with DHET and the Department of Public Works, where during our oversight, we had identified the shortage of infrastructure in the higher education sector. And we felt that, well, if Public Works were to tell us what infrastructure is available for repurposing for teaching and learning, then maybe we can address that particular challenge. And we put both colleagues in one meeting. By the end of that meeting, there was consensus that, well, look, there actually was a platform that existed where the DHET and Public Works would meet and engage on infrastructure that's available and see how it can be allocated to DHET, therefore be repurposed, and that was resuscitated, and that was programmatic. There's an actionable that came out of that meeting, and that's the kind of impact we want to make as a committee. We want to be able to bring entities, departments together and say, well, you strive to achieve something that that's common, and maybe this is the space where you can find one another and charge your way forward. So that's the kind of engagement that we really would love to see come out of today. So I hope we're all clear on that. I would at this point like to hand over back to colleagues at the DSI. Mr. Tutoy, will you be leading this segment as well?
No, Honourable Chair, it will be my colleague DDG Imran Patel who's going to lead for the remainder of the meeting.
Okay, DDG Patel, over to you.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I hope my visuals are a bit better this time. I was alerted that you could only see the top of my head before.
We can see you clearly, and you can switch off your camera if you need to save on bandwidth.
Thanks, Chair. There's two parts, as we understood it from the request from the Portfolio Committee. The first is on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, where we currently have no funding or projects. We have a historical involvement in the PYEI, and my colleague Boneni Moefe will share that with the teams. One of the projects in that portfolio was an HSRC project, and so the HSRC has kindly also asked that team to be on notice in case there's a question. And then there's a second presentation on an internship program that the HSRC is now running on behalf or implementing on behalf of the DSI, which was previously at the National Research Foundation. And Professor Simbai, with the CEO of the HSRC, Prof. Matsutsi, are both on the platform, and will then introduce that part of the item. So I would suggest that we start with DDG Moefe on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative project, and then go immediately to the presentation by the HSRC, and then we can take questions if that's fine with the Honorable Chair. If that's the case, then can I hand over to Boneni to present on the PYEI?
That's fine, thank you.
Thanks very much, DDG Patel. I'm going to ask that Lisbeth assist with the projection of the presentation. I also need to indicate here, Chair, that we had tried to make the font a little bigger, so which is why we're not going to be projecting the presentation you have, because we realized later that the visuals were quite small on the font side. So Lisbeth is going to assist on sharing the presentation, and then I'm going to take you through the presentation. And I think, as Imran has indicated, this is a historical participation in the program. We haven't, as of last year's financial year and this year, been part of that. And I think whatever we provide is going to be, firstly, a split of what we did in 2020, 2021, and then what we did in 2021, 2022. Are you winning, Lisbeth?
Let me see if I can try DDG, because I'm load shedding, so I'm struggling, but I'm going to try quickly again. Give me a sec.
I'm also going to see if I can try from my side. I was just wondering that I have a bit of a computer challenge, but looks like something might be happening.
I think there's a challenge from my side. Let me see if I can set to one of our colleagues to assist DDG.
That's fine. In the meantime, I'm also trying to load it. If it comes through, then yeah. Okay, I don't think it's happening on my side.
No, colleagues. We can't see the presentation. Who else could attempt to help?
Buhle.
Buhle, do you have the presentation?
Yes, madam. I am trying. Oh, Zoom.
Can you try from your side?
I will. Good privacy laws.
Can email it to me.
I've got my firewalls stopping it.
Boneni, I see you trying again a screen share.
Yeah.
But
it won't allow both.
Imran, I've also tried. Do you see anything from my side?
Oh, okay, can we assist? What document is it? Can someone perhaps send the document to Shanaz and myself?
Yeah. Let me do that now.
Okay, we'll just give colleagues about 5 minutes to just sort this challenge out. It does make us look bad as science and innovation right now. But I guess these things do happen. But let's allow yourselves, between yourselves and Shanaz, to try and sort this out. Apologies, colleagues.
Elizabeth, I see you succeeded, but you need to put it on screen on presentation mode. Chair, I see that Elizabeth has managed to succeed.
Okay, that's good. This is great progress.
If you
Is
can
it better now,
switch on
Imran?
presentation mode, mode, no?
Okay, let me try that.
Chair,
Yeah.
Not that one,
the last
the
one.
the last one.
last-
Next one.
This
That
one.
one. Yes.
Here we go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
thanks very much, Lisbeth, for bailing me out. I was just, if you can just go to the next slide. So the outline is going to be as follows. This program was implemented by us over the 2-year period, and that constituted phases 1 and 2. And the way we're going to present it is to show you the statistics for the first phase and then for the second phase, and then just for the contextualization of the actual numbers to indicate what it looked like when you combine both 2 years, and then we're going to conclude the presentation. So the department participated in this program over the years 2020, 2021 financial years. And the 4 programs that were implemented were experiential training program. On this program, 18 million rands was invested. The health promotion agents program, which Imran duly indicated that it was being implemented through the HSRC. The Internship program, which was worth 30 million rands, and the water graduate employment program, which was worth 46.4 million rands. And then I also need to indicate that there was a 4 million rand of this that was actually a co-funding that was sourced from the Water Research Commission. So in total, really the amount that came from the PYEA was 134 million to be implemented through the department. And we add to that the 4 million from the Water Research Commission, we ended up with 138. So these are really just the numbers. In terms of experiential training program, this program is mainly to enable graduates from universities of technologies to finish their industry experience, which enables them to then graduate. And it's quite an important program because one of the challenges we see is that sometimes these graduates can stay out for years without getting experiential training opportunity. So for 2020, 2021 through the CSIR, this work integrated learning actually managed to benefit 201 students. Then on the health promotion agents, aimed at creating an internship program for graduates to acquire job experience, as amongst others, the behavioral change agents, administrative financial management, and assistance and community research assistance. So this project, as Imran indicated, implemented in partnership with the HSRC. The Internship program, quite another useful program because it entailed basically people who would be responsible for making sure that the environment is cleaned, and that also included the cleaning of rivers and so on and so forth. And we were pleased that in this program, there were 314 young people who were employed. Training covered about 325, and also raising awareness and education with over 1,000 community members. And it's important when you deal with issues of environment, whether it's about the pollution of rivers or the pollution of the atmosphere and the environment, is that you really raise awareness with the community so that they begin to appreciate the need for maintaining our environment. The Water Graduate Employment Program, still dealing with 2020-21 phase 1. It was mainly about attracting and supporting youth entrepreneurs and improving their technical and business and market readiness state. Because one of the challenges you have is you find that we have graduates who are looking for employment. Meanwhile, there could be opportunities for them to become entrepreneurs. So we found that if you create opportunities for them in this area, they can actually grow and stand on their own. So this was really catalyzing employment access for youth graduates, in DSI, water, Department of Water and Sanitation, Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, and really various areas in the water sector. And the coverage here was 436 people, and we were able to delineate between the different genders in terms of who was involved in this particular one, and the budget for this was 10.4 million. So moving into the second phase, as this project was continuing, under the experiential training, you can see the numbers there. The amount of the budget investment is 10 million rands. And again, just about really giving young people opportunities to have that technical experience that will enable them to find their qualification and then be ready for the employment world. Next slide. And this is really the numbers on the EnviroChamps initiative. And as you can see, 636, 100% of the participants being young people, and the budget spent was 24.8 million rands. The Water Graduate Employment Program, again, as you can see, we're beginning to see the increase in the numbers as well, 981, and then 54% split in favor of female, 46 males. So this is really just an overview. So it's basically the combination of the two phases. So I will probably just let us go through the next slide so that we can conclude this presentation, because we're just saying when we look overall, how many did we actually cover over that period of implementation, phases 1 and 2. And then I think in terms of the impact, if we go to the concluding slides, conclusion slide, there were a number of lessons we learned in the implementation of the program. And I think the one key thing is that much as this could not be continued, and DDG Imran could shed some light, and the issue was that we were just not generating the necessary numbers that we were expected to support here. But the reality is, given the niche area that the training and the exposure was, we still feel that this is a very important program that we need to find a way of continuing, because it exposes and it begins to provide training for our young people in niche areas that are quite critical for our country and our economy, as you've seen, talking about issues of water, environment, and health. So this is really one of the things that we can say. We took that lesson, but unfortunately, we were not as successful on the continuation of this program from our initiatives. So I'll stop it at that. And Imran, perhaps if you have one word or two to add because of your experience in this.
Thanks, Chair. I think Bonani indicated that the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative was seen as a kind of a focused intervention by the supported by the presidency. And with the scale of our challenges, the key one was that there are many programs that exist, and there was a kind of a real need to look at how we can have programs that have scale as well. The graduate employment issue, though there are, as DDG Mvalo highlighted on Wednesday as well, that although there is a level of graduate employment, it doesn't remain our primary challenge. And so the kind of focus of the PYEI was around projects that would provide opportunities, particularly for people who don't have matric, etc., for some of the projects. One of the projects in the portfolio, which is EnviroChamps, which was not targeted at graduates, we had several discussions with Treasury and others to look at a scaled-up model where we can target 5,000 people. I don't know if Henry is on the platform, but that work remains ongoing to find ways of structuring a partnership. That project was also able to attract private sector funding, as an example, to clean up the rivers in the KZN area. But the idea was to develop this into a bigger focus. So with these projects, we are watching to see what opportunities present themselves, but also not sitting on our laurels through work that DDG Moafe is doing with his team, like Busi, etc., is to continuously look for opportunities where we can partner with others. So, for example, on the ETP, on the experiential training program, we started engaging with the DHET on how some of what we could do with our model, which was where we had access to projects because of other partnerships with industries, like the technology stations project, etc. We can partner with DHET to provide opportunities. But strictly speaking, on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, which was that once-off targeted funding, DDG Moafe has outlined the 2 years in which we received funding. And obviously we would encourage any efforts that allow us to think about such programs that we can continue with, particularly in partnership with others. Thanks, Chair. I'm not too sure then if, Chair, with your permission, we can ask the HSRC to do the presentation on the internship program and then take questions. Chair.
Sorry, Mr. Patel, can you just repeat that last part, please?
Sorry, I was just saying whether we can, with your permission, whether we can immediately move to the HSRC presentation and then
yes,
we can take
please.
questions on both.
Then yes,
right.
please, we'll take for both and then hand over to the NYDA after that.
Prof. Simbai, are you able to, have you worked out with you and your team who'll do the projection and who'll do the presentation?
Yeah, Professor Mospetsa is leading our delegation. Over to you, CEO.
Good morning. Thanks, Imran. Good morning, honorable members, honorable chair. My role is an easy one this morning. Is just to introduce our presentation, and my colleagues will then take members through the details of the work that we have been doing since 2021. I also want to acknowledge our colleagues from the National Youth Development Agency, and it is an opportune time for us to talk about matters that affect the youth, given that it's Youth Month for us in the country. So indeed, thank you for the opportunity to present our work in the internship space. I think for us, this work responds to three main objectives and some of the challenges that we've been experiencing in the country, and particularly related to youth. One is around capacity building, ensuring that those who graduate have enough skills to enter the labor market and to also stay in the labor market. Two, of course, those who are also familiar with our data around graduate readiness, and this program also seeks to provide that work experience that all employers, as our youth applies, especially the graduates apply, they always ask for work experience, and this particular program responds directly to that need. As a country, given our challenges around unemployment, youth unemployment, I think this is an important space that needs to be supported, and we are indeed looking to honorable members to support this program. And hopefully it will grow. The program has a long history, starting in 2005, As HSRC, we inherited the project successfully so in 2001, and there has been many lessons that we have learned and also successes. Honorable members, Chairperson, let me not waste further time. Let me ask my colleagues to take us through the details of what we have been able to achieve in a short space of time. Thank you. Shireen?
Good afternoon, good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. Will you be presenting or should I be presenting from my side?
Shireen, you may proceed.
Sure, I'll do that. May I confirm that you can see the presentation?
We can, thanks.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity for our team to present. Apologies for the background noise, can't really avoid that. So the context, I think we're all fairly familiar with, and that is that, you know, our ability to absorb graduates has not been as fast as the economy is able to. And that's, in fact, graduate unemployment has been increasing since 2009. And our recent figures that we saw presented last week by Stats SA, of course, of serious concern for all of us. But, you know, if we look at what graduate unemployment looks like, the cohort that has experienced the worst outcomes of that are a younger cohort, the 15 to 24 age group, with the lowest absorption rates and labor participation rates. And all the factors that already our CEO has spoken to, the lack of work experience, limited social capacity, capital, and limited information on job searching, despite the programs that we already have. And this wastage of human capital clearly negative impacts our economic growth, and we've seen that as well. HSRC is recognizing the fact that globally there's recognition that work-integrated learning experience, and I think you've heard that from the previous presentation as well, is central to easing the transition of graduates from education system into employment, school to work transitions, and that work transitions, while they're seen to be of benefit to beneficiaries in terms of their employability, etc., they also, we need to importantly recognize, have important value and benefits for the host institutions, the private and public sector institutions. So the design of the program, so I think you've heard that, you know, the program migrated to us in 2021. I'm not going to talk to that any further. But broadly, the objective of the program is to provide work experience, placing them in relevant institutions across all these different disciplines in both the public and private sector, with increasing focus on the private sector, where we know employment is likely to grow, and particularly on trying to address focus of employment within the SMME sector. The more specific objectives are about increasing the pool of human resources in all these different institutions, graduates getting work experience. The matching of that work experience to their qualifications is critically important. The increasing and giving them exposure to research, development, and innovation is critical to the national system of innovation. A very critical objective is about improving access to marginalized groups. And you will see in the school to work transition framework why that becomes quite important, but also to promote lifelong learning and to try and support our efforts as a country to increase the number of postgraduates, particularly with PhDs in the country. I think the overarching objective of our demonstration program, which is what we have defined the program, the HSRC, because we're not an implementing institution, we are a research-based institution, is to design, implement, measure, and document the evidence-informed postgraduate internship model, which we hope to provide a model for replication more broadly by different stakeholders. Not necessarily as the only model, but as one that we believe can provide the evidence of what works and what doesn't work. So this is a framework that we've used, which essentially it speaks to the fact that everyone accesses education, but there are two sets of factors that influence the outcomes of your education. So there are internal factors that we know of, and when we heard, for example, the earlier presentations focusing on, the extent to which previously disadvantaged groups or women or persons with disability access, and those factors influence. So somebody who comes from rural Lusikisiki does not have good education access in the schools that they're exposed to, or that their family networks, not a single person has ever been to complete their matric or been to university. Those factors do influence the outcomes for young people, but they're external factors, and many of those are very positive external factors, such as the policies that have been put in place, the resources, such as the state providing resources for post-school education and training opportunities. So those are factors that contribute towards educational outcomes. However, once you've graduated, there are two parts. There's the pathway, which is pathway B1, where graduates have no exposure whatsoever to any post-school support. And that unfortunately, what we have seen from the evidence of the research that we've conducted, and others have conducted empirical research, is showing that their transitions into the labor market are, as you can see, broken. They're much longer transitions, and it might even lead to unsatisfied transitions. Where people
Ms. Mutala?
Sure.
Sorry, can I recommend that you switch off your camera?
Sure, I'll do that.
Sure.
I need to just see how to do it. Sorry, I'm trying to find the way to do it without going off the stop the video. Great. Okay. Can you still see the presentation?
We're still fine, thank you.
Sure. So I was talking to this diagram, and then the second pathway is the one where there is exposure. Now, I need to preface the point about exposure is that as long as it is good quality managed exposure, the likelihood, so good quality includes things like effective mentorship, effective access to good quality training. They're not just sitting in institutions and making tea and coffee, etc. But those then enable much stronger, much better quality transitions. And these are the factors that I've spoken to. The risks of failures are high when they do not have social networks, when they're not supported with building social networks as well. And already we've heard about the reluctance of employers. In a recent piece of study that we did with the Department of Employment and Labor, a cry from almost every single one of the unemployed interns was, or the unemployed people who participated in the study was, why is work experience a requirement? It should be banned, was one of the statements of somebody saying, because it's unfair. We don't have an opportunity to get work experience, but we're being denied that by employers. So the rationale of the program is embedded in the white paper. Again, I don't need to expand on that too extensively, except to say that there is a focus around the need to expand the knowledge enterprise, transforming the research system and knowledge and facilitate knowledge diffusion, but also developing skills for the economy. The program is embedded in the HSRC's theory of change, and I'll speak to that shortly as well. And as we're all familiar with theories of change, are essentially about shaping the pathways, the causal pathways through which the intention of a program, the objectives of a program are realized to the goal intent of that program. And I think that the HSRC theory of change that you're familiar with, or maybe familiar with, I think the important thing is that these are all the spheres of control, those sections here that the HSRC has control over, trained and skilled researchers. But essentially, these contribute towards the sphere of influence, which is transformed research capabilities. And this is one of the programs that we're contributing to. But also HSRC as a knowledge hub, what works, what doesn't work, and why we should be engaging in particular interventions. And so this is knowledge production, which then contributes to policy options poverty and alleviation, including particularly for job creation and reduction of unemployment, but also particularly towards the sphere of interest, which is developing capable South Africans. We're looking for skilled, capable South Africans, and we're looking to contribute towards a capable state, which our president impressed upon in the recent sermon. But broadly, in a sense, we're indicating to you that this program is clearly embedded within HSRC's theory of change. There is a specific theory of change that we've developed for this program. And essentially the rationale, I think we don't need to elaborate on that, particularly around the insufficient inclusion of previously disadvantaged graduates. It's very clear that graduates who come from more advantaged universities have a much better chance of getting into employment, into the labor market. And this program particularly tries to address that, but also the lack of appropriate and sufficient skills. So again, the cry from employers, these young people are not coming in with the right skills, they don't have the right experience, and therefore we're reluctant. And our evidence has also shown that employers would rather employ somebody without a degree but with experience in that area than somebody with a degree. Again, we can refer you to the studies that we've done on that. But more importantly, the investments that are being made. So through DSI's support to the HSRC, HSRC is able to implement a set of activities. Our report is focusing largely on outputs for now, simply because that's at 2 years in existence, that's where we can report on. But there will be, and there is already evidence of short-term intermediate outcomes, such as, what has happened to those who have exited the program? What is the nature of the employment that they're going into? What are the changes that they're experiencing? Are they getting promoted? Are they getting better quality positions? What are the benefits for employers? Obviously, this is something that we're investigating. And what is the socioeconomic status? Are they earning better? Are their households improving in their household standards? And again, we're collecting evidence on this. And ultimately, we hope over the next few years, and we know that impacts are measured more in long-term, 5 and 10-year intervals and even longer, that we hope to be able to demonstrate that human capital in the sectors has been developed and retained, that the next generation of graduates are skilled and competent, but that graduates are also fully participating in the labor market. So the program outcomes since inception. So while this covers the work that's been done by DSI through the NRF, it also covers the 2 years of the HSRC. And while I won't go through all the figures, what you can see is that in terms of the numbers, incrementally, the numbers have grown, although there was a period where there was substantial funding, and therefore in the 2014, 15, 16 financial and 17 financial year, there were much larger numbers, and largely because of access to resources. In terms of the targeting of the program participants, I think you can clearly see how we are addressing the previously excluded, both in terms of Black as well as female. And then in terms of the outcomes, and I think this is really, really interesting, what you're seeing is the numbers of people actually employed, so number placed and number employed. So 49, and of the 49, 38 in 2005 were already employed. Obviously, this is not giving you a sense of whether their employment was continued, permanent, etc. But overall, you can see a very positive success rate, which is this rate at the bottom of the placements. Obviously, the 2021-22 is because we had a much smaller cohort that had already exited the program at the time that we took over. I think the important thing is the demand versus supply. It's a very worrying issue for us. When 8,472 interns applied, almost all were eligible to participate. The demand for interns from the mentors was for 2,972. Unfortunately, we could only place 428. So if there's opportunities for enhancing the scale of impact, there are other interventions that we've been engaging with to try and enable those that have not participated to access some support. One of the things that we're very proud of is that the internship program, for the very first time since its inception in 2005, in 2022-23 financial year, was able to recruit 18 participants as persons of disability, which actually exceeding which helped us meet our target was 2%. We exceeded that by 4%. And we did that because in 2021-22, we failed to meet that target. And we immediately partnered with a number of stakeholders to create a community of practice, to identify the lessons for recruitment and to put those in place. And we're pleased to say that this is the evidence of that, so that we did exceed that. Fact that we are covering 19 disciplines, as you've listed here, the primary disciplines, but 171 sub-disciplines. And then you get a sense of the percentage of the disciplines distributed across for the 19. So we're quite pleased to be able to say that across the different disciplines and areas of focus, we are able to, although there is quite a strong natural science focus, and then obviously the social science and humanities focus. So you will see, for example, a very small focus on waste and circular economy, and what's not reported here, which will be reported in 2022, 23, 24, is the focus around the way the hydrogen economy in terms of, and this is part of our plan around contributing towards the decadal plan. Some of the profiles of who are host institutions. Higher education institutions are still fairly high, and previously were even higher under the NRF. We've made a concerted effort to shift that towards industry employment, and so you can see the figures at 28% for industry. The science councils are still 10%, and then you've got the research institutions as well. So we are quite pleased that the profile of host institutions is changing, but it will change incrementally. Monitoring and evaluation. So I've repeatedly mentioned the point about this being an evidence-based study, evidence-based demonstration project. And so we have we've collected baseline data at the time that the intern enters the program, so that we have an understanding of what the intern profile looks like, etc. Effective M&E is not possible if you don't have baseline data. How do you know what changes have occurred if you've not measured that where they come from and where they've gone to? We're also currently investigating the use of a cohort of people who have applied to be our control group, because they applied but not included in the program, to track their outcomes, so that we will be able to assess whether the changes that we're seeing with this group of cohorts of interns who participate are clearly attributed to the program, not to other factors, confounding factors. So we currently are conducting the baseline study, the midterm study, and we'll have that report out in a short while, perhaps by the end of July. And then we also have, currently the DSI has a service provider who's conducting an impact evaluation of all the graduates who've participated, all the participants in that program from 2005 to 2020. And the evaluation has to establish the extent to which the extent of impact that has been made to both the host institutions and interns. And clearly the importance of this is about better decision making. Within the HSRC program, that decision making is on an ongoing basis. Quarterly, the findings from our monitoring are reflected in our planning committees, and changes have been implemented where clearly we've identified evidence that changes are required. So in conclusion, I think we want to say that the DSI program has benefited over 6,900 interns. In the last 2 years, there have been major strides particularly around intern placement targeting. And as I mentioned to you, the focus around the different sectors, green economy and hydrogen economy. In the green economy, the target has been predominantly women. That was a requirement that was stipulated by one of our partners. And as you've heard, the gender and race targets as well, the disability act target. I'd like to talk very, very briefly again about the GIZ and CSIR, because the GIZ, the German Development Corporation, which is German government development aid, they have funded particularly. So they are adding to the pool of resources that DSI has provided, and are interested to expand that ongoing over the next few years. And our partnership with the waste economy with CSIR has enabled our program to provide funding for waste economy participants, as well as for CSIR participants to be able to see the flow from CSIR funding graduates for their degrees to then taking them immediately into an internship program for skills. And we're very excited about the potential and are planning to grow our work around supporting the decadal plan over the next while. So with that, I'd like to say thank you, and our team is available to respond to any questions. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Sharon, Imran, maybe we should hand over back to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Chair, that's the two presentations. We're ready to take any questions or comments or suggestions.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for those very informative presentations. I'd like to, at this point, I don't know if the chair of the NYDA is still here, because I tried to check on the platform and I'm not seeing her. So I don't know who from the NYDA will then come in at this point. I do see board members on the platform, but in terms of the delegation, ideally it should be led by the chair. So I'll get guidance from colleagues from the NYDA, because at this point we'd be handing over to yourselves to make reflections on the presentations that have been made before we hand over to members of the committee. Can I be guided, please?
Hi, Chair. I'll just try and quickly get an indication as to where the chair has gone, because she is meant to be leading us on the presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Board Member Mulaisi. I would then go to members and then I'll come back to the NYDA, but it would have been good for, I see the CEO has joined. It would have been good for members to make reflections based on what the NYDA thinks as well, so that our engagements are informed. I don't know if, this is not how ideally I would want to do it, but if there are board members who do have reflections to make, I'd like to afford you this opportunity, and then I'll hand over to members, and maybe when the chair is back, we will afford her an opportunity as well, and then hand back to the DSI. So at this point, I'd like to note from colleagues at the NYDA if there's any reflections they would like to make from the presentation of the DSI. All right, I see Mr. Ndlela. Okay, I'll take Mr. Ndlela for now, and then I'll go back to other colleagues. Board Member Ndlela.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you and the honorable members and colleagues from the department. I wish to start by saying, Chair, the chairperson of the board is struggling. She has load shedding, but she had asked to be given a bit of space to move to an area where she would be able to get a proper connection. So I expect that she will come in at some point during our engagements. But Chair, on the presentation, maybe let me start by thanking the chairperson and the honorable members for affording us an opportunity to join this meeting. And I think it's very important that we have these meetings frequently so that we could ensure that we don't do the same thing differently. And obviously, sometimes where we could achieve synergies, we do so, because the work of government, if properly coordinated, could achieve a little bit more insofar as impact on the ground. As you would know, Honorable Chair, that some of the KPIs that used to be with the NYTA now are with the Department of Higher Education. Case in point, career guidance. But on the ground, young people still expect the NYTA to do career guidance. So areas of collaboration, there are quite a number of areas of collaboration. On the Chair, I could not help but notice during the answering of the questions earlier on, the report around the department's staff complement and the challenges the department faces insofar as the somewhat reluctance of people to move to a particular grade of management, that being the director. And it got me thinking that maybe if the department could have some form of a leadership mentorship program, in particular of young people who would be intentionally groomed within the science and innovation space, who are in the department, to take up these positions, maybe in a 3-year period. So you have a program for 3 years. You identify, obviously, those that display acceptable leadership qualities, and those who are struggling, you assist them so that you could find within the space of the levels that the department is struggling with, you would find young people. There are many young people who are in the public service who just need an opportunity to be, for their skills to be harnessed, particularly around leadership in the public sector. And they will gladly take up some of these positions that the department is struggling with. So I do think if that as a suggestion maybe could be able to work, because the idea that a department could struggle with filling up certain positions of leadership in the public service, it's not something that we could claim to have a challenge with. It's something that we can easily solve, in particular with young people. And then coming on to the structure of the mentorship programs or the internship programs. Look, we hold a general view around the content of the mentorship, of the internship programs, that given the fact that young people are with the institution or with the department for 2 years at most in this internship program, it is important not just for the young people only, but also for the department to impart as much or as much of the skill required as they can, so that by the end of these 2 years, when you have people retiring, you are able to absorb from these young people who you've given skills beyond the actual ability to do menial administrative work. So where there is such a program, we really urge departments, this and many other departments, to get young people involved in the technical understanding and the technical work of the department, so that when you have issues, you don't have young people being left just with the basic administrative understanding of how the department works. They must also get involved in the technical work that the department does. I'm not sure, Chair, if the chairperson of the NYDA is here now, because at this point, maybe if she is here, I would then say through you, Chair, we allow her to be able to give our presentation, because we had prepared a presentation around the work that we do and where areas of synergies could possibly be achieved.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ndlela, board member. I'd like to hand over to another board member, Ms. Mulaisi, and then we'll come to the chair to wrap up on your behalf. Ms. Mulaisi.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the invitation to this particular meeting. I think the intention of bringing the National Youth Development Agency a bit closer to the other departments in government that are seized with the actual implementation of specific functions that have a direct bearing on youth development is important. I think just to indicate that at a board level, we've even though we've been given a mandate through the Act to coordinate youth development broadly across departments, what we are now starting to see in the actual APPs and the manner in which we structure our KPIs is that it's not just sufficient to report on what the agency is able to do within its particular mandate, as well as within the budget that it's currently being afforded. So I think that's why in our previous meetings, we have been seeking to, at a much broader level, to reach out to various departments to get an indication as to what is the youth development initiatives that are currently taking place, and to have a broader reporting mechanisms that take into account youth development, so that we have an accurate depiction of how well we are doing, or how we are doing, or how we are faring in terms of actual broader youth development over and above the actual activities that take place within the agency. So I think in terms of the coordinating role that we're empowered to do as per the Act, meetings like this assist us to take that work further than what we previously would have if we just looked at an APP that just takes into consideration our allocation in terms of budget allocation and what we're able to do at the level of the youth development agencies. I think Tulisa's already talked about where the difficulty is. It's when he's talking about that, I'm just reflecting on one of the things that we wanted to do, to say that, you know, the Youth Development Agency should just have a requirement that we only hire people that are below the age of 35, but I was told that we can't do that. But it's just broadly around how well, particularly in public service, we're able to absorb young people. You know, we've sat through a presentation around how difficult it is to attract talent, whereas we sit with an oversupply of young people that are looking for work, that are ready and able through proper training to be able to be the talent that we need to be absorbed in the sector. So there's definitely need for better alignment, and I appreciate this opportunity to kind of unlock the silos that take place, because everybody puts together an APP and we're rushing to achieve that which we've committed to achieve. And I don't think we dedicate enough time to sit and figure out what the synergies are, so that we can better collaborate. And when we get back to the public, because it's not that work is not happening, it's happening. It's just that we're not able to well articulate it in terms of collaborative and aggregate numbers in terms of what we're able to achieve. So I think let me leave it there, Chair, and just to appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this particular sitting. I think I'm learning a lot, and we're taking notes, Chair. But I think at this point, maybe we should hand to the Chair to do our actual presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to the two board members for their inputs. I'd like to then hand over to Ms. Asanda Luwaka, the chair of the board, to just give us a synopsis. I see the CEO, Mr. Karim, is also on the platform, so I'll hand over to the chair, and if the CEO would also like to add to the reflections by the NYDA on this work that's being done by the DSI, then I'll also afford the CEO an opportunity, then hand over to members. Ms. Luwaka.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and just allow me to greet the honorable members, fellow board members that are present on this platform, the DSI-HSRC, and as well as all the participants that have logged in. Chair, I think mine is just really to give the brief introductory remarks before we hand over to the CEO, who will be taking the honorable members through the NYDA's initiatives aimed at the work that we're doing in the space of innovation. But I think and I think, as the board members would have spoken, we really should appreciate yourselves for initiating such a meeting, precisely because I think in your introduction, you would have spoken about the need for us to have better collaboration and where we are able to find each other as it relates to youth development and then issues around youth programs. We should be able to have that coordinated approach. So we must appreciate the portfolio committee. And Honorable Chair, I will briefly then just speak about, overarchingly, what have we as the NYDA done insofar as the space of, your science and innovation. And it's important to really appreciate the presentations. I think it was quite insightful on our side because currently, we can say that collaborations do occur between ourselves as well as DSI through one of our programs, which is the National Youth Service Program. However, we would have a proposal for the expansion of such collaborations so that we're able to expand our footprint insofar as that work is concerned. But I'm sure when the CEO takes the honorable members through that presentation, he will be able to go into the details. But on our side, as it relates to, your science and innovation space, we do currently have work that we've embarked on. As you'd be aware, we rely heavily on partnerships and collaborations. So for instance, we are currently working with your HP in the space of, change maker programs and initiatives. We've signed, or we've been able to draft an MOU with HP. We are in discussions with IBM when we envision the implementation of an IBM digital program to be rolled out across the country. We are in talks with your Microsoft when we want to embark on a train the trainer for skills program targeting young people who are either would have come out of institutions of higher learning or who have acquired the skill, but they don't necessarily have the necessary market linkages to translate those relevant skills into either an employable opportunity for them. So we are in discussions with Microsoft in that regard. We're also working with an initiative called, or with Adapt IT, wherein we are looking at exploring digital skills, particularly within institutions of higher learning. And those discussions are ongoing between ourselves and Adapt IT. And lastly, we've got your Cape Innovation and Technology Initiative, wherein we want to implement ICT skills and impart those particular ICT skills amongst young people. But then, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I think it's also important that, whilst we are in the discussion of wherein can we plug young people in the space of innovation and science, that we are able to be cognizant of the locality or the geographic spread of where young people are situated, right? You've got young people in your urban areas, you've got youth in your peri-urban areas, which, such initiatives would be enlightening to them. But we also have, a particular cohort of young people that reside in your rural areas. And what are we saying about them? We are aware of the challenges in terms of your infrastructure, particularly in rural areas. And so what we have been able to do, and currently discussions are underway between ourselves as well as the MTN group, wherein we're exploring possible areas of collaboration. And particularly within the MTN Foundation, they've got a skills academy, where we, particularly my office, is currently in discussion with the Department of Social Development And we've been able to also get a tech company on board called Techno Mobile, wherein we will be, in fact, we are developing programs aimed at making ICT more accessible to the girl child from your child-headed homes, or, you know, girl children that have been orphaned because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are also in discussion with the MTN Foundation to explore the possibility of having an NYDA Innovation Hub. So this NYDA Digital Innovation Hub will be in partnership with the MTN Group, or MTN rather, excuse me. And it will firstly ensure that young people in rural communities are provided access to ICT. Now, this Digital Innovation Hub would really be accessible to all youth or young people who have a passion and interest in the science and technology space, but with a specific and a special focus on providing quality connectivity and support to learners with learners that are living with disabilities. Apologies. So this particular program is really linked to the MTN Group's program that they have, where I think it's called the Learners with Special Education Needs Program, that aims at closing the gap in special need learning environment. So what we're trying to do here is ensure that, you know, when we say that there's no young person that gets left behind, that equally a young person residing in a rural area has access to ICT, but also youth that are living with disabilities can also be given the necessary or equipped with the necessary tools with this Digital Innovation Hub that we are looking to launch. And then second, lastly, honorable members, the NYDA is in the final and advanced stages of piloting another innovation hub, which will be located in Mpangeni in KZN. And just to note that, you know, this particular hub is progressing well, and we should be ready to launch it within the second half of this year, 2023. And perhaps if, you know, the honorable members would be amicable, once we are able to finalize those particular details, we could extend an invitation to yourselves as well as DSI to be part of the official launching of this NYDA hub in Mpangeni in KZN. And lastly, honorable members, and this is also linked to the previous, I think it was the earlier parts of the presentation, where the DSI was responding to previous questions that were raised. And I think it was there was a mentioning around program 4, where, and apologies, I didn't capture the names, but there was someone from DSI who was speaking on an innovation programs aimed at or targeting youth or young people who are in the space of innovation. And apologies for that, honorable members. So as I was saying, that the presenter made mention about DSI and them in having an uptake of young people that are in the space of innovation. Now, our Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability is currently in partnership with NYDA. We will be awarding, we want to have a 40 under 40 young people that are in the innovation space and giving them the necessary awards. So I know that we have called for applications for young people to either submit their candidates or to nominate candidates or to submit their own resumes in so far as these awards are concerned, and we will be awarding those. There will be a certain criteria that is used for the selection process, wherein we'll be given recognition to young people that 40 young people that are under 40 within the space of innovation. So perhaps if the honorable members could be amicable as well for us to share that particular concept with yourselves, so that you can access those young people that are in that space and encourage them either through yourselves nominating or requesting that they submit their applications for these awards. I think that could also be another possible area of collaboration between ourselves, our department, as well as DSI. So that was then the last of my opening, and just to once again extend our appreciation to yourselves. Excuse me. So I will then trying to see if the CEO is on the platform, and if he is, okay. All right. Through you then, Chair, could we then hand over to the CEO, who will then briefly take the honorable members through the presentation that we prepared. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. Over to you, CEO.
All right, thanks very much, Chairperson, and apologies for being slightly late. My understanding is we would want to give an update on the overview and progress on the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. So this program was announced by the President in the State of the Nation 2020.
Colleagues, can I ask, sorry, CEO, can I ask that this document in the meantime be sent to members, because I don't believe we have this document. Shanaz, do we have this document?
Let me
send no, we don't.
Chair.
Okay.
Let me share it quickly. Just give me a second. I'm sending it to Shanaz now.
It's fine. Apologies. You can continue with the presentation. Because I've got a copy, I can just forward it to Shanaz, just in the interest of time.
Thank you.
Right. So the program was announced in State of the Nation in 2020. And really, it seeks to respond to what is South Africa's really structural and youth unemployment crisis. Right? And what we see is that every year about 1 million young people leave school. Many of them go off to TVET colleges, to universities, some go directly into the labor market. But what we see is that every year, 57% outside the labor market. And that we know that there continues to be a strong relationship between level of education that one has and opportunities that they can access. And what we also find is that many young people are no longer actively searching for opportunities in that category of discouraged work seekers. And that number is highest amongst those who have the lowest levels of educational attainment. Now, of course, every time the quarterly labor force survey results get released, we'll find that we're very much stagnant. We move anywhere between 29 and 32%. And I thought the President captured it well when he said, we have to run just to remain in the same place. Many people will say, interventions like these are not making a difference. I wouldn't say that they're not making a difference. They are helping us to manage the problem, but they're not helping us to entirely address where we sit in the country and resolve in its entirety. And we'll talk about the reasons why, right? Is that young people face challenges on both the supply and the demand side of employment. On the demand side, we know the job opportunities are limited by slow economic growth, which has been ongoing for close to a decade now, as well as what is very concentrated skills-intensive structures of the economy. What we also see is that the systems and ecosystems which work to identify, train, place, support talent in jobs that do exist are weak and not sufficiently demand-led. Young people who are unable to find employment sometimes don't have social networks, they're not close to opportunities, and they can't afford the cost of work. Generally, data will tell you that if you live in a household where people are unemployed, your chances of unemployed go up much higher. And many of the young people who do find opportunities end up in dead ends, often bouncing around between internships, learnerships, short-term opportunities, without being able to gain a foothold in the economy. What we do see is that how the program is structured is that we put together a number of components. Amongst chief of it is the National Pathway Management Network, to which the Department of Science and Innovation has been a partner to. DG Patel played a huge role in us coordinating the National Pathway Management Network in DSI, but also across a number of other governments. So that serves as the spine of the intervention. And we also have structured support to the ecosystem of sport enterprises through local ecosystem enablement, pursuing demand-led skilling, as well as a revitalized national youth service. Within this, we see 5 priority sectors for growth. In spite of slow economic growth, these are sectors which are actually growing. And these include automotive, installation, repair and maintenance, digital and tech, including global business services, agriculture and social services. And our ultimate purpose is to link youth to opportunities on an ongoing basis. We see young people are responsive when they have access to opportunities. We're also trying to drive system change to address the barriers that young people face in entering the labor market, as well as stimulating and aggregating demand in the economy. Now, this program is coordinated by the presidency, but rolled out across a number of government departments. Yeah? And the reason for that is that the presidency uses the convening power to provide overall coordination, to provide political leadership, while allowing key government departments and entities to be able to lead the implementation of these programs. Now, just to talk through sort of the detail of what the program entails, so in the National Pathway Management Network, we have a number of opportunity providers, both on the supply side and the demand side. These include the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, the Youth Employment Service, the South African Labour Development and Research Institute, MLab, the DSI played a huge role in the establishment of the University of Johannesburg and all of the government departments in the economic cluster. Now, many people will say, you know, what is the National Pathway Management Network? What is SAYouth.mobility? It's just another database for young people to be able to register themselves and go to school, you know. But that's not what we're trying to achieve with the Pathway Management Network. What we're really trying to do is aggregate demand in a single place for learning and earning opportunities, and allow young people to have access to opportunities closest to the place where they live. In addition to that, we're trying to make young people visible to the labor market, so that when employers are seeking opportunities or have opportunities to offer, they have a pool of young people from which to select. With everything, with all of our challenges in the country, what we still find is that there's a lack of job matching that's happening in the economy. And of course, the National Pathway Management Network operates online in a data-free manner, but in-person support and over-the-phone support is also provided through the National Youth Development Agency, the Harambee Youth Employment Accelerator, as well as the Department of Employment. This slide just gives you a visual representation of where young people are located in South Africa and the spread of young people who are registered on SAYouth. We have currently 4.2 million young people who are registered on SAYouth.mobility. And what you'll find is that they are pretty much representative of where young people are in South Africa. We're also able to tell via the platform, you know, what's young people's completed levels of education. We see that the majority of them who are work seekers have at least a matric certificate. And those are the ones that are most affected by unemployment. We're also able to see in terms of the types of qualifications that they have. So this slide gives you, for example, legal and paralegal qualifications in terms of young people who completed their studies, if they're currently studying full-time, if they're currently studying part-time, if they've dropped out. So the data is able to filter down quite a granular level. The second thing that the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention is trying to achieve is training the actual demand that exists in the economy. And this intervention is led by the Department of Higher Education and Training, and it's driven through its skills strategy for economic recovery and reconstruction. Some of the things that have been achieved is that a pay-for-performance model is being piloted in the National Skills Fund, particularly for digital skills. The feeling is that in South Africa right now, we have about 60,000 digital skills jobs that could be filled immediately. These include software developers, skills around Java, Microsoft level skills for specific programs like SAP, Oracle. And the QIA is established demand-led skilling work experience with business to test the new approach to short-term skills plan. And then, of course, there's also been the placement of 10,000 TVET learners last year with a target of 20,000 into workplace experiences with the Department of Employment and Labor and Small Business Development. So I think what Pay for Performance really is trying to achieve is that South Africa's skills model has always focused on training on the supply side, while taking away the target for actual placement away from training providers and leaving it either to government or to the young person themselves. We're now transferring the responsibility for placement and identifying actual demand to training providers and matching payments based on actual placement in long-term sustainable jobs. This allows us to link placement into actual social issues and achieve impact with it. The National Youth Service Program is.
I've been trying to be patient with the sound, hoping it will get better, but it's not getting better. But I think you have do you have 5 slides left or so?
Yeah, I've got just a couple of slides left. Yeah.
Okay, but the sound is really bad. I don't know.
Okay. I'm getting load shedding. Maybe just give me a second so I can use my phone. Sorry, 1 second here. And then
okay, yeah, the load shedding is a huge crisis for many of us.
All right, Chair, I'm going to use my phone, so I hope the sound's a little bit better with it. Yeah.
Yes, that's much better.
All right, great. So the National Youth Service Program is located in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, with the NYDA serving as an implementation agent. And we are implementing one of the largest National Youth Service programs on the continent, I think probably one of the largest ones around the world. Yeah. The program's taken in about 68% young women, about 32% young men. The majority of the young people are between the ages of 21 to 30. They work in several sectors, which include surveys and digital mapping, sports, recreation, arts and culture, learner support, social support and care, early childhood development, food, nutrition, agriculture and nutrition, as well as community works and greening programs. And one of the things we've been very specific about is the fact that we know that these opportunities are often short-term in nature, and we've been very specific about working out transitions for young people, which is building on a lot of the work that we've seen in community works, in expanded public works. And to date, about 7,600 young people have been able to transition out of the National Youth Service into more sustainable opportunities. There is very tangible benefits to young people of youth service. So for example, for many of them, it's the first time that they have work, that they have a job, and it provides a massive introduction to the world of work. For many of them, it's the first time earning a salary. It allows them to build reliance, self-reliance and self-confidence. Many of them report being more assertive. And it's also the satisfaction from waking up every day, having a place to go, being able to do meaningful work, you know. What we see is that the impact from work programs when compared to social grants is much more meaningful, particularly if you look at it from the perspective of a young person. But there's also greater benefits beyond just the youth, in that there's benefit to the community. So through this program, what we see is that about 30,000 young people or young children are receiving ECD services. More than 27,000 farmers are being assisted by NYS Farm Assistance. And close to 100,000 young people are accessing now after-school sports, recreation, life skills, and coaching sessions. In terms of the future for the NYS, we have budget to implement a new cycle for 20,000 participants. There's potential for partnerships within government, like with the South African National Defence Force. Currently, youth service is operating as a 6-month program, but we want to convert it into a 12-month program. But because what we see from the data is that it does take longer to transition participants into more meaningful opportunities. But what we also see is that civil society has really come on board, and many of our partners have developed successful models, and we have the potential to replicate these amongst other implementers. There's real capacity. We know there's no shortage on the supply side. Yeah? And there is sufficient demand side opportunities in youth service to scale the program beyond 50,000 participants. This is just a summary of overall achievement of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention since 2020 to the end of 2022, a demographic profile of the young people who are securing opportunities. And I think just to say, you know, public employment sometimes gets a bad rep from, you know, EPWP workers being pictured sleeping under a tree, which is very isolated in nature, right? But I think the message really is that public employment opportunities, I think the DSI presented their own work on national youth service and on internship opportunities. Public employment is a critical source of earning opportunities for young people, particularly when they are expanded to rural and marginalized areas. They reach areas where formal sector employment will never be able to reach. Yeah? But we really see this program as being a collaboration between the private sector and the public sector. Yeah? 80% of the opportunity holders in the National Pathway Management Network are from the private sector. However, 77% of the earning opportunities secured by young people are being provided by the public sector. Just some of the important things to add is that overarching reflections and prioritization, institutionalizing programs within government is a challenge. And really what we're trying to do is effect mechanisms for partnering within government and with non-governmental stakeholders. Making this operationalized within government, you know, getting government to change its thinking about how it implements programs. It requires different negotiating skills. You have to work within different cultures, between different partners, navigating rigidity across the system in different components. But we really do believe that we're working on a model that catalyzes change within the sector. Funding is our biggest worry at the moment. All of our funding for the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention comes to an end in March 2024. We are in negotiations with the National Treasury. You know, I think there's a slight difference of opinion. The Treasury saw the Youth Employment Intervention as a response to the pandemic, and we feel that youth unemployment is far more structural in nature and requires continued intervention by the state. And then I think a key priority is to continue maintaining the additionality of the Presidential Youth Employment Intervention. It's not only about bringing everything together into one place, but about effectively coordinating the system and introducing catalytic intervention that enhances the overall impact. Chairperson, let me pause there for now and hand back to the chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, CEO, Mr. Karim. Ms. Luata, any remarks from you before I hand over to members?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Nothing on my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Luata, Mr. Karim, colleagues from the board of the NYDA, colleagues from the HSRC, colleagues from the DSI. At this point, I'd like to hand over to members. I'd like to note hands from members who'd like to engage. And as I note those hands, I think just a few reflections from my side. I see the Honorable Whip's hand is up. I think, colleagues, you know, under the HSRC's internship program, where they articulate their objectives, it says to establish and increase the pool of capable human resources for the public sector, science councils, in national research institutions and industry. And I think that's really, for us, been such an integral part of the succession plan, right? That I think we often think about in terms of having a more inclusive, transformed, and impactful national system of innovation. So you have to ensure access to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics at a at a basic education level. You have to ensure that then you provide that particular support in higher education, and that needs to be matched with work integrated learning or internships that can prepare young people to then be able to go directly into industry or directly into these councils or institutions, so that then the makeup and the look of the NSI, the National System of Innovation, is reflective of those that it seeks to serve. So for me, that's the type of ecosystem that we look at, so you support in terms of internships. We've discussed the support in terms of commercializing grassroots level innovations or innovations by young people. You expand access in terms of these opportunities also being available within the TVET sector. And so that brings me to a question in relation to the DSI when you speak about the ETP, which would be the experiential training program, and how it exists within universities of technology, and that's good. And one trusts that we are expanding that particular program to TVETs as well, right? So ensuring that there's internship placement and work integrated learning for students who come from TVET colleges as well, and not only universities of technology. And that is in ensuring that these opportunities are inclusive and that the NSI is inclusive, representative, and therefore impactful, right? So I hope that ETP, there are plans to expand it towards the TVETs. Then when the water, I'm very excited when I see, this sort of coordination between various departments, and I want to zoom into specifically the work that's being done on the Water Graduate Employment Program, and seeing that, a lot of the investment in terms of that, financial investment in terms of that, comes from the Water Research Commission. My only interest would be, okay, so that program is seemingly funded by the Water Research Commission, which would be an entity under the Department of Water and Sanitation. So what becomes our direct involvement as DSI in that work of the Water Graduate Employment Program? Like I want, can it be practical, I want a practical understanding of how we then get involved in that particular program, seeing that it's sort of under WRC and under the Department of Water and Sanitation. So how would our involvement in that program look like? And I think a similar question goes towards the EnviroChamps program. So how does our involvement as the DSI look like? I mean, I think with the other two, it's quite clear because our entities, or is it other three? It's quite clear because our entities are directly, the implementing agent there. CSIR is the implementing agent of ETP, HSRC of the health promotion agents. So that's quite clear. And my understanding is that these are programs that the DSI owns as being part of its presidential youth employment initiatives. And I just need colleagues to affirm that. So when we say the DSI is doing work on the presidential youth employment or on presidential youth employment, then we list these particular projects, these 4 projects, if I'm not mistaken, as the work that's being done by the DSI on that. I just need clarity on that. And then still concerned about and this is still under the DSI, the 2% targets for interns that with disabilities that we are still struggling with. And we welcome the formation of the community of practice focusing on disability and employability, in seeing how we can, meet that target. And I think that's been a great call of the committee to say, we can't not be meeting such targets when we know that there's a huge cry in the community for the inclusion of persons with disabilities. So that particular intervention to have this community of practice to try and solve that challenge is welcomed, as the committee has been reiterating the importance for us to meet those targets. I think I'd like to leave it at that for now and then afford members an opportunity to come in. I might come back to the HSRC a bit later. Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Pillay, Honorable Boshoff, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, I just want to check if I'm audible. Chair?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Let me greet everyone on the platform and as well welcome members who have presented. And one would want to acknowledge, Chairperson, to say that this is a just-in-time meeting where we're celebrating a youth month, and yet we need to engage on issues of youth. One would want to acknowledge the fact that there's consistency in terms of us finding each other, working in collaborations and partnerships, so that we must not continue speaking about limited funds and so on. So I really appreciate this particular platform. One, it's with regards to the NYDA. I just want to ask them, they can even write their response and submit after this particular meeting. I just want to check with them if they have conducted an audit with all entities or institutions or municipalities. If we have a youth development uniformed approach. Why I'm asking that, it's because of, I think that when we deal on youth issues, more especially youth development, you find different entities approaching it differently, different institutions putting their different targets and so on. So I just want to check with them if they do have a guide that they normally use to guide entities or department or organizations. Number two, with regards to NYDA, I just want to check with them how many entities and institutions that they have signed the memorandum of understanding with regards to youth development programs that they are embarking on. And that's it for NYDA. So for DSI, I think, Chairperson, we must note in terms of the work that has been done, that as the portfolio committee, as we've been engaging with them, they were very low in terms of youth interest programs and as well people with disabilities. So I just want to check with them if they can forward to us what they have presented, that they are improving existing initiatives. Can they send to us a program of action of those initiatives? And as well, send to us those that they feel that it's new initiatives, so that we can be able to trace if really they are actually they are actually speaking to the demand of scarce skills and so on. So that's for DSI. And I feel that, as I always say, it is important that our department gets guides in terms of all these particular targets, so that we speak to policy imperatives rather than just thinking on what we think we want to respond to. And I'm very happy that, Chair, in some of the presentation, one is noting that programs that have been presented by HSRC, it's meaningful and impactful programs that can actually assist us as the country to ensure that we respond to our issues. So I want to check with the DSI and HSRC in terms of what are the partners on all of their programs. If possible, they can just give us a spreadsheet after this particular meeting, because I've seen on other programs they have highlighted. However, on others, they didn't highlight their partners. So there's a need, Chairperson, that this thing of collaborations, consolidations, and working together of department, it is not a slogan, J, but people, they must get to reality that so long as we're not working in silos, we're not going to be responsive enough to bettering the lives of our people. So I just want to say to the department, with what has been presented to us today, there is a serious need that people who are living at the rural areas, we need to have a specific program designated for them. On the basis that we know that most of these presidential programs, you apply online for them. So you would imagine if you are in the rural areas like Brandfley, and you don't have access of anything, access of information that actually even tells you about these presidential hotline programs, you're going to be left behind. So it is important that we get presentations from everyone on the platform in terms of specific designated programs by the entities in terms of how are they going to ensure that they don't leave behind people at the rural areas and those vulnerable and marginalized. That's it from me, Chairperson. However, one wants to thank this particular platform for at least there's a light that indeed, if we all work together, we will achieve more. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Pillay.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet you and all other honorable members and everybody on the platform. Chair, we welcome and appreciate all of the presentations. And it shows, actually really goes well in terms of the development and empowering of young people. Chair, I just have one question around the internships. I think on a specific slide where it's indicated that they had about 8,000 plus applicants, and all of those applicants actually met the requirements or qualified. However, there was only 2,000 some odd host institutions, sorry, that could be able to take these young people. Now, my question is, with the 6,000 that are left, would they need to reapply when the advert comes out for internships in the next year or the next cycle or whatever? Or what happens to them? Because really, or are we doing anything about getting more host institutions? Because that's a big number. That's a big number to just be lying there while they meet everything. So there's really, I don't know what the differentiation will be in terms of criteria of how they would then, and I'm sure it's going to be a difficult task when everybody meets the requirements and you can't place everybody, but that's a reality. You won't be able to place everybody. But perhaps what are they doing to work on that number, which is quite broad, because you need to make the gap a little bit smaller. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable Boshoff.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and colleagues from the department and the agency who represented. I found it very informative and interesting, but that's not important if I find it like that. There's one thing that struck me particularly, and I think it was during the department's presentation, that it was said that some of the most senior positions are not filled because the extra remuneration for the next level of management position is doesn't correlate to the increased responsibility and the workload that is going with it. And it concerns me a little bit. I would like to know if there's any knowledge, if that is true also in other departments, or just a gut feeling maybe that it might be the case with all departments in the civil service. I think in individual cases, one really supports every person's choice. I mean, some very good manager in education would say, but I like to be a teacher, so I don't want to become a headmaster or a subject advisor or anything. I want to be a teacher. And even if that means that I am paid less and I don't get the status of a higher level position, then it's it's actually good, because it means that the children get or students get that very talented person's services as a teacher or a lecturer or whatever. So I'm not in principle against that I think every person should just go for the most senior position attainable in any way. But when it reaches the level that some senior posts cannot be filled, then I think there is a problem. And it might be something in the perception of compensation. I think in science, the compensation is only partly, well, actually in all in life, but I'm referring now specifically to science. Compensation is not only, it doesn't just sit in the money, in the monetary remuneration, but in the recognition of having published articles, or the recognition of being trusted with more responsibilities. One could even say the status of having a higher position. And you know, you need enough people who subscribe to that forms of compensation if you want to have a real working system. The word we often use these days, and I like it, is the ecosystem of science and innovation, because that's exactly what it is. It was said by the Youth Development Agency that there are actually enough demand and there are enough supply, but the two just don't get together. And maybe it has something to do with the perception of what is compensation in this area. Is it possible that young graduates and senior scientists don't really subscribe to other forms of compensation than just money? You know, it kind of, if this may be the case, it kind of breaks open the problem in a certain sense, why we just don't get things exactly the way we like them. I think the appropriate response would have to come from the HSRC, because it's that kind of problem. But if I would actually love to hear a response from the department and even from the Youth Development Agency about this whole perception of what constitutes compensation within the science and technology or science and innovation ecosystem. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Honorable Sibia.
Thanks, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone. Thanks for all the presentations. On NYDA, we'd like to know what programs are required to support graduates to be innovative and to be entrepreneurial, which is not part of the program objective to ensure graduates make means to participate in the economy. The other one, would it not be appropriate to include entrepreneurial skills as part of the framework? And with DSI-HSRC, what is the view of the department and HSRC on the issue of entry-level jobs needing some information technology skills, while social sciences and humanities programs often do not have them or prioritize them? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Sibia. Honorable Chirwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to everybody else. I'm present because I think there was a mistake in one of the meetings that I attended, and I was just a bit later. They didn't make me present. And so these are my questions. Thank you so much to all the people who presented. I think with me, I feel like, and not even just on a basis of feeling, but it seems like there isn't any coordination on a broader level. I don't know if I'm being too vague, but of where we are going, like of what we mean when we are saying youth development, or what we mean when we're saying innovation and creating sustainable jobs. And I'm saying this because even with the programs, I mean, they are great for activism, for encouraging activism, and stuff like that, most of them, right? And some are good also for whatever direction that is envisioned. But you can almost see that there is no probability of sustainable jobs being created. And this is something that even the department admits at the end of their presentation, where they say that they need to create processes where they are able to follow up. And that should be a problem from the get-go, because then it means we are stuck in programs that are just 3 to 6 months of keeping people busy, but then they go back home and do nothing, or go back to their lives with skills that they can't even go and compete with into the market, because it's like we are divorced from what the market is needing, from what the market offers, and how we can also be proactive stakeholders in creating different markets. And so I want to find out from the department, with these 3 programs, in particular, water graduate employment program, I want to find out, I could be wrong. So that's why I want to ask these questions in detail, and I wish the department is able to answer in detail as well, on how many sustainable jobs came from these 3 programs, each of them. But let's start with the water graduate employment program. Because from where I'm sitting, it doesn't suffice that with over 46 million rands, only short-term employment and training and mentorship programs were created. I think something has to be done about this. Like, it would even have been better to just get a group of young people and give them franchises that they can run as a collective, different collectives, different industries, in petroleum, in retail and stuff like that. If there really is no idea of innovation and how to ensure that there's sustainable means of having young people being empowered and having sustainable jobs and creating sustainable jobs in communities. And that is at very fundamental level, like when all else fails, if you've got 46 meters to empower people, please don't give them a job for 3 months and then not know where they are after that. And second to that, with the EnviroChamps situation, I want to find out how many of the 950 jobs were sustainable for over a period of how many years. Because I think we really need to look at how you guys are using this money, and if it's reaping the rewards of what the mandate and the obligation of these particular programs is supposed to be. We're not asking for young people to have hobbies for 6 months, and this is what it's giving. Like, we're just keeping young people busy for 6 months, and then we don't even know where they go after that. We don't. It's actually very and deeply frustrating. And if I'm wrong, please do clarify how exactly sustainable development has been done by all this money that you guys have spent. And if there's a deficit, please also state it, that we're unable to do sustainable jobs because of 1, 2, 3, or there's 3 sustainable jobs that came from these programs, or we spoke to these people that are able to absorb 200 of the 950, because it's frustrating from where I'm sitting that there is no probability of sustainable jobs for years for these people that are being engaged in these programs that you're doing. Because these 2 programs, for example, combined, they account for almost 80 million rand. And on the health promotion agents, angazi maybe isilungu bafethu, maybe ningichazele ngesizulu ukuthi what exactly these health promotion agents do in our communities, and how this is a transference of valuable and relevant skills that we need that can be absorbed even in the future, following from bayenzani on a day-to-day basis. What exactly does the health promotion agent, if I'm a health promotion agent, where, in which area am I, and what am I doing on a day-to-day thing, and for how long, and what are these skills that you're speaking about that I now get from being a health promotion agent, and how many will be absorbed from this health promotion agents into the professional field? Because once you say health promotion agents, I'm thinking NDOH. Is this an internship placement in the NDOH? And if it is, then there's more questions that suffice even after that, because there's already a program of internship placement in the NDOH, and it's occurring on an already existing system. And I've never heard the department report on a collaboration with the department that is costing 40 million to place people on internships of being health promotion agents, of placing young people as being health promotion agents. And really, it could just be English, right? So that's why I'm asking for clarity on these things, like on a simple layman language basis, that no, we've got health promotion agents by 20 and stuff like that. Like, then we can get an idea with, okay, it's related to community healthcare work. But here I'm worried, because even this, you can see that there's no sustainable jobs that's gonna come from being a health promotion agent here. And the idea of internships that last for 6 months should really make all of us frustrated. Like, it should frustrate all of us, because what happens, Chairperson, is that young people come in, join these programs, and then can be absorbed, and then keep trying to get back into the market. And before you know it, they are 35 years old. And it's such 35 is an easy age to reach. Like, it's such an easy age to reach, and then you're already ostracized from the system, and you're considered to not be young enough or employable, and all of those things. So we must be frustrated. The 6 months al-Gulayo, which is basically a year. If somebody invests 6 months in an internship program, they've lost their entire year. It's gone. And there has to be tangible, like, we need a system that guarantees us that people are going to be absorbed and be employable and be employed, because this is what these programs fundamentally are meant to do. They're meant to empower the youth, not for a year or for 2 years, but sustainably. And it's not shown how this is done. And I think this is a general note, even for the NYDA as well, to some extent, right? Where is the program that's aimed at creating jobs, and what kind of jobs that is sustainable, or that has a transferable impact of moving your interns into permanent employment positions? Where is that? We are missing that. Please do appraise, and in detail. If you're unable to do it right now, I also encourage that you do it in writing, because this is something I'm deeply concerned about, that we should look into, because otherwise it means we're going to go on a never-ending circle of just getting new young people each and every year to do 3 months to 6 months, and then discard them, and even admit that we do not have a system of following up of where these people are and what they are doing after we intervene in their lives. Then it's not development. Then it's not youth development if you can't account for how many lives have been changed sustainably, economically, on a long-term basis. And, I think a general note to all the presenters, maybe we should look into doing consultations with nations and countries that have actually gotten this right. To be quite honest with you, this is not even like a critique. It's just a concern that we're running in circles, and these things have been done. Nations like South Korea that have succeeded in youth development in a very short space of time. And then you look at the longevity of the department, of the NYDA, and it's like, but yes, we can see the work you're doing. We can clap and applaud, but is it sustainable? Is it doing what we are saying it must do for this country, for this nation on a broader level, are we seeing youth development in South Africa because of the agency? Are we seeing youth empowerment? Are we seeing youth employment? Quite frankly, we are not. And we all know the situation. We are actually not. Young people are living in devastation and desperation. That even when they know that this thing won't give me a job, they are just happy to be part of that internship for 6 months. And then after that, another one again. They go from department to department, program to program. You find young people with meaningless certificates that they can't use to get sustainable and be retained in the market because of such programs. So even though you are able to show us what you have done, but is it on a long-term basis? Is it changing the status quo in the country? Is it changing the lives of young people permanently? It's not. And if it's not, it means we must go and ask people who have done. And this not for a PR exercise. Like, I would hate to see an oversight visit to South Korea, send a picture on my board when Korea to find out this, and so we went to China, we went to Russia or whatever. Not for that basis, but so that you guys are able to do work that is tangible, that can change the lives of our people permanently and on a large scale, on a mass scale, because these are national departments, these are national agencies that are supposed to have a national impact, a lasting impact. And we're saying this, or I'm saying this because it has been done before. There have been countries and nations that have been able to do things like this in small industries. Like, the focus could just be on transport, on public transport. And the innovation that can come from that can be life-changing, not only for the young people, but also for the community that they live in, also for the country as well, also for the general economy of the country as well. We are not seeing this in all these programs that you guys are speaking about. This is not what it's resulting into. And it's a bold assertion to say, because nani nyazi, we are seeing it in stats every single day that it's getting worse and worse and worse. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Chirwa. Thank you, honorable members, for all your inputs. Just another reflection. So there's thank you to, I don't know who would have given the info on the Water Graduate Employment Program in terms of desegregated data. So there we are able to see how we're doing in terms of the representation of women. And I would appreciate it if we could do the same for the other 3 programs. I'm not sure why we've not been able to do so. So if we can do so, please, so that we also understand that breakdown as has been done with the Water Graduate Employment Program, unless I've missed it, but I didn't see it on the other slides with the other programs. And then slide 17 of the HSRC, let me just go to it here. So, I mean, in terms of the internship program and the inclusion of persons with disabilities, I think I reflected on this I reflected on this earlier. And I'd like to find out if the program that I commended, the intervention that colleagues have made in terms of the community of practice is exactly what led to this huge increase from 2021-22 to 2022-23, because in 21-22 we were at 0, at 22-23 we were at 18, so we even exceeded our target. So I would want to understand if that community of practice is what led to that particular increase, and how can we sustain this figure? Because ultimately we would get, I don't know what you've put as a target for 23-24. I've not been able to open that up, but one would hope that we have increased that target to reflect what we were able to achieve in 22-23. So yeah, I think that's the last 2 reflections I would have wanted to make. A lot of what's coming out, two key things that have come out from the today's engagement is this matter of demand and supply and retention, and the whole argument that certain areas are not there's no human resource for certain spaces within the NSI because people are not interested because of the remuneration or those sort of dynamics. I think Honorable Boshoff spoke to it. I think Honorable Mananiso also spoke to it. I can't recall, but board member Ndlela also spoke to this. So it's coming out as an ongoing concern, and I think both colleagues, Honorable Boshoff and Mr. Ndlela, have been able to also provide recommendations on how we can address this, and they speak about this huge pool of young people who perhaps should be the ones that are considered as the human resource that must be drawn towards these particular spaces, right? So, because I think it always becomes confusing to us but people are unemployed, right? So how do we find ourselves in this reality? And then, of course, there's the issue of impact that's coming across greatly, to say, how impactful are these programs that we are doing? And that also speaks to what we'll hope that the DSI and its decadal plan will be able to achieve, right? So, because a big part of the decadal plan speaks about greater coordination, not only within government departments, so that this human resource that we are investing in, that we are harnessing, what's this called, find space in government. I mean, we have an issue of water, right? We have a water crisis in the country. We're clearly working towards ensuring that we have the human capacity or human resource in the water sector or industry. And so the immediate question is, look, are we looking in municipalities? Are we looking within the department? Are we looking within these water, what do you call them, boards in the different municipalities or whatever, your ERVATs, your Rand Water, to say what human resource or capacity is missing there, and then being able to have, very programmatic discussions to say, well, yeah, we're working on that human resource capacity, and you've indicated that you don't have it, and here it is. So there you go. And I think those are some of the very practical engagements we need to start having. And that's why, as a committee, we find it important to bring everyone to this platform, not only to ask you why but to also say, colleagues, here's a way forward. And I think really that should be a great part of the role that we play as a committee. But also the decadal plan can really assist us with this, because again, I'm going to use the water challenge. Here's skills that we are harnessing in these various programs, and surely the private sector is also in need of these skills. And so, where the decadal plan speaks about increasing partnership with industry and working on that, I think really this is where where the concern around the impact of this work and whether or not there's an intake of all this, human resource we're investing in, the decadal plan really becomes an influential tool to make sure that this is not just another, in the words of Honorable Chiro, we're not giving young people a 3 months, 6 months program to just keep themselves busy with, but we're actually contributing to sustainable employment for citizens of this country. So, colleagues, the answers and the solutions are within our very own plans as a department, and we need to ensure that we use those tools effectively so that these sort of programs can be impactful and truly change the livelihoods of our communities. So I think that's a great reflection that we need to make. And DDG Patel, we implore on yourselves, colleagues, to have very programmatic, sort of discussions and engagements with various stakeholders, where it's not high level, where it's not vague, where it's very thorough, so that we can be more impactful in the work that we are doing. So that's just some reflections from ourselves. Let me hand over to perhaps, let me start with the NYDA, and then I'll go to the departments. So we'll end with the department. So we'll do the NYDA, we'll do the HSRC, and then we'll go to Mr. Patel and the team there, Mr. Moafe, Dr. Moafe there. Chairperson Luaka.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mkhatshwa. On a lighter note, thank you very much to the honorable members for the questions. Can I, through you, Chair, request the CEO respond to the questions that were directly posed to us? And then perhaps if the Chair will allow, if the board members, if there are any other inputs that they would make in relation to the comments that the honorable members would have raised, perhaps we can afford them a minute or two just to have a bite at some of those. But if that is in order, then Chair, I'll request the CEO to respond to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I've got 6 questions that I'll respond to. I think the first one relates to planning for youth development in the country and whether there's a guide for planning for youth development. So, for example, the NYDA has the approved integrated youth development strategy, which is the first approved strategy for youth development in the country. It was approved by Cabinet last year. And that guides planning for youth development, aligns to the National Youth Policy and the National Development Plan all around South Africa. We've supported a number of provinces in establishing their own provincial youth development strategies. And we also assist metros as well as district and local municipalities, particularly now through the district development model, in aligning their youth development plans to broader provincial and national plans as well. We do have an audit of all of the national government departments, the provincial government departments, metros that have effective youth development directorates, and we do encourage those that don't to start establishing youth development directorates. So we have a broader coordination of youth development work happening in the country. Yeah? We sign MOUs with a number of entities in the public sector, in the private sector, in civil society. I'd say we'd have probably over 500 MOUs that are signed with various organizations. One of the things we do see, however, is that, I think signing an MOU is just the first step. It's really operationalizing, implementing, and mainstreaming the youth development work that is critical, right? And really driving a strategy of coordinated youth development that's critical. I think there was a question about how do we support rural and marginalized young people. A lot of what was presented is that these are online applications, which I think we agree with. One of the features of sayouth.mobi is the fact that it's data free, so it doesn't cost a young person anything. You don't need to use it on a smartphone. It works on both smartphones and feature phones, for example. But in addition to that, the NYDA and the Department of Employment and Labor have quite a deep network of offices. The NYDA has 44 offices. The Department of Employment and Labor has 217 offices. And we also have fully functional contact centers that can support young people over the phone in accessing opportunities. So really, we have this vision of being able to support young people online, over the phone, and in person as well. I think there was a question related to what is our strategy around graduates, and I would assume that the question also focuses a bit on unemployed graduates, which has been ticking up over the last number of years. Now, in the previous financial year, the Department of Higher Education and Training implemented a very specific program to support unemployed graduates. And really one of the key takings was, I think they took in close to 8,000 unemployed graduates, and they were placed specifically in institutions of higher learning to provide academic support. What we found is that close to 85% of them, within being placed in that program, within 6 to 12 months, were able to transition into a longer term opportunity. And that kind of tells you that what is causing a graduate unemployment issue is not necessarily always the skill set, but rather the premium that employers place on work experience, yeah, and the value of having access to a network that enables the opening of doors between women. So I think that's a very specific focus. But in addition, the NYDA also supports a number of graduates in establishing their own enterprises, whether they be lawyers, doctors, any other forms of professionals. We've assisted a number of young people in being able to establish their own enterprises, as well as working with agencies like the Technology Innovation Agency, the Gauteng Innovation Center, in being able to commercialize some of the research that young people are undertaking at university and want to be able to take to scale. There was a question related to entrepreneurial skills, which we think is very critical, right? If you link this back to the national strategy, if you compare the number of young people that we have in South Africa who are starting their own enterprises compared to the rest of the world, you see around the world about 30% of people who are employed in self-employment activities. In South Africa, that figure is much lower. It's closer to 10%. So if we are to address unemployment, we really have to get more people in the business of starting and scaling their own enterprises. The last question I want to respond to, and I think it's consistent across the NYDA and the DSI, is the short-termism of these opportunities. And I think we fully recognize that these opportunities are short-term in nature, right? But I think there's a relentless focus on our part on transitioning young people from short-term opportunities into more, and in fact, to the point where we're taking it and we're reporting it on our APPs, we're measuring ourselves on our ability to be able to transition young people, yeah? I think what we must also recognize is that as much as we can do on public employment programs and programmatic intervention, ultimately we have to start getting the South African economy right. Yeah? If we have deliberating national crises around energy, transportation, water, visa regimes, connectivity, these are all structural factors that are holding the economy back from growing and is really affecting job creation. There's only so much you can do through programmatic interventions, but you're putting a band-aid over what is much larger problem. Yeah? Of course, there's a lot of work happening in Operation Vulindlela between the presidency and treasury to unlock the strategic levers for growth. But really, if we want to create jobs at the scale we need to address our unemployment crisis, we have to start getting those things right in order to achieve the vision of South Africa that we want. Yeah? And maybe lastly, just to respond to the broader youth development agenda, I think it's always important that we don't reduce youth development simply to an equation of what is the percentage of youth unemployment. Yes, youth unemployment is a significant measure, right? But youth development is much broader than that. Now, I think there are things that we can point to that are very successful in South Africa. We've done extremely well in ensuring that there is universal access to education, for example. Yeah? Today, South Africa produces 4 times the amount of Black African graduates than what we did in 1994. Yeah? We see young people, we have one of the highest rates of youth volunteerism on the globe. And I think, we're doing a lot of preparation for BRICS this year. And when we compare, our youth development to international counterparts, we find that everybody has successes, but individual countries also have challenges, right? What I think is important is that youth development is placed at a high priority and a high premium to the level where it's elevated by the President of the Republic of the country. And it's something that requires ongoing work and ongoing activism and support. But I think that we are making progress in the youth development agenda. I think there's a lot of good work going on in the sector. There's a lot of goodwill amongst government, even in the private sector and civil society, to continue driving the youth development agenda. But it is something that requires ongoing work, ongoing support. And I think we really appreciate the inputs and the interventions of honorable members. And we'll take those to heart and see how we can design programs that continue to be responsive to the changing needs of young people. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. I'm going to take over from you, Chelua. Let me just check if any of the other board members would like to make any last remarks. All right, I think board members are fine. And then handing over back to you then, chairperson of the NYDA. Okay, I'd like to believe the chair is also fine. Her mic is chair.
Yeah, apologies, Chair. Yes, I'm covered on my side. Thanks, Honorable Chair.
All right, thank you very much to colleagues from the NYDA. I think also really what the CEO said now, that we must acknowledge youth development in its holistic sense. It's such an important comment, particularly because I've often also felt like even in the work of the NYDA at some point, it really felt that it came across as though, you know, when you think NYDA, you think business opportunities, yet there's so many other spaces of youth development that we also have to venture into. And we know why the space of the economy and young people being active participants of the economy is so important, right? Because it literally speaks to someone's ability to eat and have a roof over their head and an end. And that's why it often comes out so strongly. But we cannot disregard the holistic development of a young person, of an individual that is needed. And I'm really glad that the CEO is affirming that that is the thinking of the NYDA as well. And I also need to just implore to colleagues at the DSI that, you know, the NYDA, I think, comes across a lot of innovations by young people, and there's been so much engagement with the DSI on, you know, supporting the commercialization of grassroots innovations, and even big innovations that may come from young people. And I really think that's an area we would want the NYDA and the Department of Science and Innovation, in particular its entities, the CSIR and TIA, to work very closely, you know, in that as the NYDA gets these ideas, these innovations of young people coming to them, that there must be a way for us to channel, to create synergies on how we channel young people from the NYDA to TIA to CSIR for them to be supported in that regard. Let me then hand over at this point to colleagues at the HSRC. Prof. Sarah.
Thanks, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me just make a few remarks, maybe 4 of them, and then hand over to my colleagues to respond specifically to questions related to our slide 17 as well as slide 22, and if they can also speak to some of what our data is showing in terms of retention. So that just as a way of opening that, I think I want to make four comments. One is that most of the questions, I think, speak to broader structural and economic realities of our country. And while today's presentation, I think, touches on 2 initiatives, I am aware that there are a number of other initiatives. I think collectively we could be able to put that together and show progress. But indeed, from these 2, I think there are concerns around retention. The second thing is something that was mentioned earlier on, is that we do have our decadal plan that seeks to take us forward and has identified some of the challenges that have been brought to bear today through the questions. And there is a concerted effort to meeting that the targets, at least the vision that was set out or is set out in the decadal plan. More specifically, I agree that as our data has shown, there is an overwhelming need, and based on the applications and a need for these internships and work experience. While from our side it will be a good idea to absorb more maybe this year and the following year. I think we also need to confront the reality that is in our country and the DSI and broadly around resourcing, and that's funding. And therefore our ability to then absorb more individuals and youth who are unemployed. It is also important for us to, as honorable member has I think alluded to, it would be also important for government departments also to take on the initiatives and take part in the program and take more interns. There is also space for us to engage further with the private sector to come in and take on, especially in the natural science space. There's also just one maybe correction from our side, and I think it is a limited initiative. However, our internship is 2 years, is 24 months. That's still limited. I agree, Honorable, and I think more needs to be done in that space. Again, I want to emphasize that we need to also take our context into consideration in terms of our broader structural economic challenges and therefore limitations around resourcing most of these, but there are significant successes that we can indeed note with those challenges. Shireen, maybe if you can speak specifically to slide 17, 22 and data on retention.
Sure. Thank you very much. And I'm going to invite my colleague Stuart Ngandu also to talk to that. So slide 17, and if I can just put it up again and just highlight for you, was what was, sorry, that's the wrong one.
Ms. Motala's network is failing us.
Was saying that we exceeded the target, and I think the question was quite valid, was to what extent did these interventions? Oh gosh, all right. Can I ask my colleague Stuart to just talk to this two questions, please?
Yes, thanks, Shireen. Stuart?
I think Shireen is was taking us to the disability one, which we did manage to exceed. And I think the question there was, did the community of practice actually help? So for us, there's a bit of background with respect to the disability target. We have been assessing a number of government programs over the past 10 years. And one of the things that we've observed, even within the SETA space, is that the disability target is always almost consistently, people do not succeed in that particular target. So part of taking or the excitement with respect to the internship program was that by implementing it, we are able to begin to understand what happens, because what we had been doing was assessing programs at the end of implementation. And so one of the things that we did was did a little bit of research, set up the community of practice, which focused on issues around recruitment. So the community of practice was very helpful with respect to allowing us to meet that particular target. But one of the things that we've also found is that one of the things that it doesn't really come through when disability targets are being specified is just the heterogeneity in terms of the different types of disabilities and the extent to which they prevent people from participating. Because with the group that we have, we are seeing significant differences in terms of those who have visual impairments, those who have mobility impairments, and the tools that they actually need to be able to meaningfully participate in those whatever placements they have been put in. So what we're trying to do as we continue to implement is to actually document all of that and to possibly come up with some form of guidelines with respect to how recruitment of this vulnerable group of people can actually be incorporated in not just government programs, but general employment programs, which do have disability targets, but are failing to reach those people with disabilities. Maybe I can also respond to the question related to the issue of retention and sustainability. I think the point has been raised by both the NYD, and I think our CEO has also spoken to the issue of structural changes, because what we observe with respect to employment is there has been a precipitous increase in unemployment since 2008, which obviously is cast within South Africa's own structural problems. So when you start comparing it to countries like South Korea, there's a book chapter that I did, which is in our State of the Nation, which actually speaks to these structural issues around employment specifically. And one of the issues that I highlight is, in comparison to South Korea and China, is that what you're simply seeing in South Africa is a lack of diversity in the output that it's producing relative to, say, South Korea, which has gone through successive changes and is now fully digital, and the world is digital, and there's a massive demand for technology, whether it's the Samsungs that have huge, substantial $40 billion contracts with the Apples, which allow them to employ a lot of people. South Africa's basket of commodities that it produces has remained fairly stagnant, and that translates to the inability to absorb people, especially graduates with certain qualifications. But from our side, what we're seeing with the internship program is that it's not just a question of retention, but the program is successful in creating meaningful transitions. I had an NRF when the program was still with the NRF. I was a mentor to some interns, and I've kept in touch with some of them, and they are doing well. And a lot of them do attribute their success in terms of employment to the time on the program. Retention is happening in some places, especially in the universities. We are seeing
colleagues, did something happen with my network?
The internship program is now a 2-year program. But an institution can't keep on absorbing young people, but they can offer placements that do give them the opportunity to get that applied work experience that they will need for their next intervention. But the employment rates transitions on the NRF programs, I think they are quite high for a program of this nature. And I think in some cases they range between 60 to 80% people being successfully employed after they've participated on the program.
Thanks,
Shireen,
Chair. I think we still have an issue with Shireen's connection. Maybe what we can also do, Chair, through you, is maybe provide more specific information in writing on our retention data. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Museta, for that. I'd like to then at this point hand over to DDG Patel.
Thanks, Chair. Let me keep my video off. It looks like there's data connectivity challenges other places as well. I think most of the issues raised were comments which we take into account, and I think it's the same concerns that we have, particularly around the programs that we presented today, except for EnviroChamps, which I would talk to, are graduate programs. In terms of graduate programs, my understanding of some of the literature around this is that issue of experience, transitioning from studies to work. And so programs like the graduate employment program for water, or the experiential training program, which has very good outputs. There are colleagues on this call, Amosi, my colleague, who we've been tracking this for the past 10 years. And there's very high retention rates because people move into those workplaces quite easy. They're technical jobs, etc. So the challenge we face obviously is not just graduate programs that we require, is the DSI and as you're highlighting the decadal plan. Part of our strategy is to reimagine the way we do our economic development that aligns to the kind of society we have with high levels of unemployment at the unskilled levels, etc. Those are structural changes, and hopefully some of the efforts that are underway now will be able to take that forward. So I think those matters were effectively handled by the CEO of the National Youth Development Agency. The Presidential Youth Employment Initiative was seen as a kind of a stepping stone to provide young people with experience, opportunities, dignity, etc., while we were trying to get the economy right post-COVID. But those challenges have remained, those structural challenges have remained, and some in fact have gotten worse, like load shedding, etc. So I think those are matters that we take into account, and I think we would need to factor it into how we even think about some of our programs and how to take it forward. Some of the specific questions that were directed to us, and then I'll ask Boneni to address some of them. The first, Chair, your comment around the role of the DSI in the water graduate program and EnviroChamps. Both those initiatives arose from an opportunity. At the time, this was when this program started, this was in the middle of the COVID crisis. And there was this call for project ideas under the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative. Because we were working very closely with the Water Research Commission at the time, these were projects that we then identified that would have potential, and they were successful in getting funding. Even at that time, we recognized that this is not necessarily something that the DSI should be doing on its own, or even doing. For example, the EnviroChamps is not something that we mandated to or structured to do as a department. And that's why when the kind of first phase ended, we used that experience and had a very good discussion with the Department of Water and Sanitation at the level of the new DG at that time, Sean Phillips, who came in to share the experiences of these projects and to request that it be institutionalized in those government departments. Same with the health promotion, health outreach workers that the HSRC did. We understood at the time that there was the community health worker program that the Department of Health was running, which was 10 times bigger than what we were intervening. What we were piloting is a slightly different way to do it, based on the fact that at the time, again, this was in the middle of COVID, and there was an identification that the kind of pharmaceutical measures and other measures had reached its limits, and that you needed to focus on issues around behavior, etc. And that was the kind of focus. But in a sense, these are programs that needed to be integrated into others. So it was an opportunity at the time that we took. But the whole concept of graduate employment, I think, is something that the DSI, as part of this future of skills, education, and work grand challenge, I think we need to pay a lot more attention to it, get better data, look at some of the longitudinal studies, look at what has worked well and not worked well in partnership with the NYDA and the HSRC, and ensure that we do scale up. So at least at that level where we should not have a problem, because we have a big skills shortage, which is a brake on economic development in itself. So we have this mismatch in the labor market, and I think that there are efforts underway to address this, but clearly more can be done. So that we take into account, and that was part of the history around that project. The second question I'll leave to, I didn't see that the HSRC addressed it around the internships, the 8,000 applicants that qualified or who met the requirement, and whether we have the capabilities in the receiving institutions to accommodate 8,000. So there's two parts to that problem. The first is the funding constraint. We can't take on 8,000, but even if we grow the budget to 2 times or 3 times, we will still be able to accommodate that, but we will reach a point where the receiving institutions may not necessarily have the capacity to manage larger numbers of graduates, because you need proper mentors. We have a number of these interns in the DSI, and if you want to do it properly, as highlighted by the HSRC, there's an investment. Now, what's that number? I'm not too sure, but it's something we would look at with the HSRC. And then I think that that was the kind of questions on the statistics. I don't know if Boneni and his team have upfront some of the statistics in terms of breakdown, in terms of gender, etc. Or if they don't have it, then we can always provide that in writing for those programs that we have, race, gender, disability, for all of the programs. And I think we do have some data around the projects around retention. The Water Graduates Program, I know, had done some assessment of where people are going to. So we could consolidate that data and share it with the portfolio committee in writing. But Boneni, I'm not too sure if you want to come in on some of the numbers, etc., if you have it up front. And then maybe the one question I thought you could specifically reflect on is our partnership with the NYDA, which we have we're involved in the National Pathway Management Network and some of the other efforts, but maybe there's stuff that is more recent that I'm not familiar with that you may want to reflect on. Boneni?
No, thanks very much, Imran. I think very briefly, starting on the issue that you ended up with, which is the partnership with the NYDA. We currently are having a number of engagements on programs that we are implementing under the grassroots innovation with the NYDA and also other partners. And I think the chairperson of the portfolio committee has clearly indicated that there's really this push for us to partner with other government departments, which is really the engagements are also happening in that context. So I think at some point when some of these have reached a point where the partnerships have been formalized through agreements, we'll be able to make an update. But there is no doubt in our minds that in order for us to maximize the impact, these many initiatives will need to be coordinated. As you have actually picked up on our response to one of the questions that was raised on Wednesday, some work has been looking at the commercialization of various innovations that are supporting specific industries like tourism and so on. So we are working directly with young people, and the partnership with NYDA is part of what we are engaging on. Then there was a question, I think, which was raised earlier on, and maybe Gugu can also follow up on it. It was the issue on, I think, the view of the DSI on entry-level jobs that require IT skills. I think the I think all the jobs currently would require some form of IT skills, and the way that the department goes about advertising those, they are normally benchmarked positions. So unless it is very specific, such as in finances or in IT itself, you would find that there's really a standard job advert about an ASD, for example, in administration and so on. But I think the issue of basic skills, as in being able to type and operate an Excel spreadsheet, it's always for jobs of today and probably even more into the future, the requirement. I think Imran has addressed the issue of the questions on the nature of these instruments. They are meant to provide the graduates with the necessary experience for them to be ready for their first job. So by themselves, they were not meant to be changed into full-time or permanent employment opportunities. So that's why we have been able to do that, and also to highlight that the money that we see reflected there is actually what turns out to be the stipend for this beneficiary. And if you calculate it or divide it by the number of beneficiaries, you realize that it comes to probably something like the beneficiary is getting about $6,000 or so a month. So it's not the money is not really going into any other thing or creation of infrastructure. It's basically going directly to the beneficiaries. Then there was a good point that was also raised around the issue of tracking these young people. And I think there are a whole range of initiatives around tracking that have been going on already. But I'm pleased to also say that if we reflect on the presentation that I gave on the Presidential Youth Employment Initiative, the last slide does clearly indicate that as I'm talking to you now, we currently have a project that we have started specifically, which is dedicated on just tracking these young people, so that in future when we come, we'll probably be able to provide a clear indication of we have had so many students, and this is what happened to them, and the percentage of them have gone and where they have gone and what they're doing. So this is really the intention of that project, which we have initiated. We started talking about it the previous financial year, and this year, as I'm talking to you, it's underway. So hopefully it will probably be able to help us get into what is really necessary, just looking at the impact rather than just implementing this project and not follow up. In the issue of the breaking down of the statistics, we'll probably have to follow up on that and provide the details. We didn't do it for all the slides that we presented here. And I think that the main reason was really just because of the time constraints. The last point I want to make, Chairperson, is that when I started the presentation on the DSI's PYEI, I indicated that I put a disclaimer that this project ran for 2 years, 2020, 2021. And last year it wasn't, for reasons that DDG Imran indicated. So a lot of what is being asked about what the current and what the future of it looks like will not probably be something that we can answer, because the program stopped already 2 years ago. I mean, whether they need to continue or not is really something that we've been discussing. And I think, Chairperson, as you probably have hinted, one of the things that is important is that while the numbers might not be that big, the areas where this is being deployed is so critical. You know, if you are able to, for example, train 500 graduates in the water sector, you can see what the impact is going to be. So that's why we think that, yes, we might not be producing the tens of thousands, but the numbers that you have, if they can be trained and be deployed where they are needed, the impact can actually be felt. And on the issue of absorption, of course, it is ultimately a lot of the training and support that we give goes to various sectors given the cross-cutting nature of the work of the department. So you therefore find that if we have provided support, the uptake should happen elsewhere, for example, in the municipalities and so on and so forth. And some of that uptake end up sometimes not happening because of various challenges that the municipalities face, especially around finances. But there is no doubt that in terms of the capacity that is being developed, it is relevant and it really needs to be utilized to benefit our economy. So I think, Imran, I have addressed the questions that I could address under Program 5 and maybe a little bit more. So I'm going to stop it at that. And if there is any other thing, I'll then follow up. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Bonini. I think we've covered most of the questions. Like we said, we will submit those numbers. And then if there's things we haven't addressed, we can pick them up through follow-up engagements or by sending through written responses. Chair, over to you then.
Thank you very much, DG Patel, Tate Morfe, to the colleagues at HSRC, the colleagues at the NYDA. We truly appreciate the time that you have taken to come and engage us. I hope that members have been responded to, and we do note the commitments that colleagues have made to send some of the finer detail that members have requested. I myself would love to just have a breakdown of the I don't know, monitoring and tracking systems that we use. Yeah, I think that's very important in terms of where these young people now find themselves or where they've been able to be placed. And if there is an archive of that, a registry of that, so-and-so was in our program and now they are here, so-and-so was in our program and now they're still unemployed. And if colleagues could share that with us, as a follow-up document, that would be truly appreciated. I think it's a document that could also be shared with the NYDA, for example, so that, even in the work that they are doing, the engagements they have in communities, they can be more structured in terms of the target markets for industries that they engage, to say, from the information we have, for example, from the DSI, we know that there's a shortage of intake in these particular sectors, because we also need to see one another as motive forces of advocacy to have for the issues that face the various entities that we work within, right? So I always say that when you share with us as the committee certain information, you strengthen us to be able to be a voice of the HSRC, a voice of the DSI, a voice of the NYDA, so that whatever resources are needed, whatever coordination is needed, whatever bottlenecks need to be unlocked, in order for us to be more impactful in our work, we can do so because we're all in tune with the challenges that we face, with the objectives that we want to achieve. So let's share, colleagues. The more information we share with one another, the more impactful we can collectively be in the work that we do. With that being said, I'd like to thank all of us for our time that we've put aside in this meeting. It's now 12:44 and this meeting has come to an end. Anele and Shanaz, I know we owe you an adoption of minutes. If we can try find time next week to do so. Members, please note that next week, both our meetings are physical. The one is at, is Anela on the platform? Who's hosting us next week? It's the TVET College that's hosting us next week for our meeting. I don't know if Shanaz, you know the college, but I don't know if Anela's on the platform also.
No, he's no longer on the platform, Chair.
Okay, but members have received the notice for next week's meeting.
Yes, the
So
notice went out.
yeah, so Wednesday we are sorry, okay, I managed to open it. So we are being hosted by Northlink TVET College at Panorama. This is also in the spirit of having on-site briefings. I think that's not something I have to reiterate. Colleagues know that as part of our resolutions from the midterm review of the committee, we said we need to try and have on-site briefings. And also because Northlink is close, it's in Cape Town, it's easily accessible. And then we also would be going to Itemba Labs. We've been meaning to go there for a very long time, and we've kept shifting it on Friday, the 9th of June. I know members, Fridays are very difficult for you, but let's try and avail ourselves. The Honorable Khacha was shouting at me or shouting at the management committee of this committee to say, you know, why do we have two entities or two departments presenting on one day? So we know that we have a lot of work to get through, and this is part of what we've committed to going and seeing. And so please let's avail ourselves, honorable members, to go. Also because we do need to ensure that we maintain equity in the work that we do between the DHET and the DSI. So please let's avail ourselves 9 to 1 o'clock, and we'll try our best to ensure that by 1 we are released and members can get onto their flights to go back home and to their constituency areas. So next week, please colleagues, both meetings next week are physical. Let's make the necessary arrangements. With that being said, the meeting has officially come to an end. Thank you very much and have yourselves a great weekend.
Recording stop.